Um, Much anticipated day, and we thank such a good turnout and welcome you to our January 4th Wildlife Board meeting. My name is Kevin Albrecht. I represent the Southeast region. We'd like to do board introductions. We'll start with Bryce.
Bryce Thurgood, Perry, Utah, represent the North.
Carl Hurst, I live in Orem and I represent Central Region.
Randy Durth, representing the Northeast region.
Wade Heaton, Southern Region.
Brett Selman, Northern Region.
Gary Nelson, Central Region.
Thank you. RAC chairs, Braden.
Braden Richmond, representing the Southern Region.
Kent Johnson, representing Southeast.
Hi, I'm Dan Abeda, and I'm representing the Northeastern region. I'm the vice chair, filling in for Brett Prevedel.
Brock McMillan, Central Region.
Justin Oliver, Northern Region.
Thank you. And with inclement roads and everything, we really appreciate. Looks like we're all here in person, and we thank you for your travel to get here. Like to ask for approval on the agenda.
Make a motion, we approve the agenda.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we've got a motion on the agenda and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimous. Approval on the minutes.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the minutes from the December 2nd board meeting.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Okay, we've got a motion to approve and a second. All in favor? Motion passes unanimous. We don't have any action log or old business at this time, and I'd like to turn the time over to the director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to give our DWR update here. Before I get started on that, I just wanted to give a heartfelt thank you to all the work that's gone into this meeting, our wildlife board in particular, and our RAC chairs and RAC members. This is one of those meetings. This is probably the meeting of the century. I have no idea. It feels like it to me, having been just the fourth one, but there's been, I think the RAC packet had 300 plus pages of documentation to go through, and that doesn't include all the comments and phone calls and everything else. So really appreciate the time and effort that's gone into this, as well as the division staff and what they've done to prepare for this. So, all right, our DWR update. It seems like we just did this a few weeks ago, but I guess it's been a month, so I'll keep this short today. Our administrative services section, our big game application period opens at the end of this month. You can start applying if you're one of the early ones on January 27th, and that goes through March 3rd. You get an additional 2 weeks to apply for bonus point and preference points through March 17th. Our cougar and black bear application period will open on February 1st and goes through February 22nd. Our aquatic section, things are finally freezing up tight, and ice fishing is now underway at many of our lakes and reservoirs. Our Strawberry Reservoir Fishery Management Plan is nearing completion. Dan Keller, who was in our Southeast region, has moved to our Southern region and will be our Lake Powell project leader. And we are analyzing data from the 2021 season and planning for 2022. Our habitat section, as part of Utah's Watershed Restoration Initiative, we've helped restore over 222,000 acres in FY21. That's a monumental effort by a lot of partners, and the division is one of those partners, and we continue to be excited about the progression of that program. So on that same note, our teams have been entering their WRI project proposals for the upcoming season, and we'll have our Habitat Council meeting on January 19th. Our law enforcement section, working various cases, a variety of cases, some related to late season antlerless hunts. As always through these hunts, we always see a few trespassing issues that we take very seriously and try to work hard with our landowners and other partners to address those. We have new officers and they're here today, and they look sharp. It's part of their training to be here. I know one of those is not new. He looks well seasoned, but the other four are new, and we'll take just a second and have them come up, introduce themselves and what districts they're going to.
So I'm Morgan Larson. I'm from Roosevelt, Utah, born and raised there. Been going back there to that district.
Morning, my name is Sean Perez. I'm originally from Holly, Hawaii, and my family and I are going West Washington County. We're excited to be here.
Todd Morgan from Spanish Fork, and I'll be the CO for the new Lake Mountain District, which is Lehigh, Saratoga Springs, Eagle Mountain, and all the way down to Eureka.
Hello, I am Jordan Entz. I am originally from Laverkin, Utah, and I will be assigned back home to East Washington County. I have not been sworn in yet as an officer. I need to go back to post. I was injured during the DT test, so I need to retake the PT test, and then we'll be good to go.
Yeah, it's not just that Officer Entz forgot his badge and other stuff today. He's not that new. He's going to be a great officer. We should probably make all our new division employees do this. They would quit showing up at our board meetings, I would guess, but our conservation outreach section, we'll have some upcoming ice fishing events with tournaments and seminars and clinics that we'll get dates out for. Christmas bird counts, the division was involved in a lot of those across the state. Those have ended at this point. And then we'll have some bald eagle viewing opportunities as well in February. We'll probably have some today as we sit in this meeting if you turn around. But our wildlife section, big game capture work, it says is still happening. It's mostly done at this point. We trapped over 700 deer since this started across the state. Again, monumental effort with a lot of partners and a lot of work goes into that. Our weather was good. We were able to get what we needed to get done. So there's still an open invitation. There will be some more capture work being done in February. So if you're interested in that, get with someone in our wildlife section. Again, winter monitoring of deer and elk herds is underway, and turkey trapping and relocation are going to start here shortly. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. I personally like to welcome the new officers. Appreciate your willingness to serve, and would like you to know that if you ever see concerns and you need to reach out to a member of the Wildlife Board, please do so. We value your input. I'd also like to comment on the new hire for replacement of Wayne Gustavson. Dan Keller comes from our Southeast region, and I was surprised to read his name, but as I did, I knew that he was the exact person, for the perfect person to fit that role. He has got a very unique skill set, and he'll do awesome. So we welcome Dan. With that, we'd like to call for our first agenda item. And as we do so, if you have come today and would like to comment, there's some comment cards in the back. Each individual will have 3 minutes, and you'll come to this front microphone and state your name and please give us your comment. We look forward to hear from you. So with that, we will welcome Wyatt up for agenda item number 5.
All righty. Wyatt Bubak, Law Enforcement Chief. This year we did a couple of emerging technology surveys. Just wanted to do a quick summary of those surveys. I won't go into too much details because they are kind of lengthy, but basically just an overview of what the survey provides public input for the creation of new administrative rules. It helps clarify existing administrative rules and helps identify hunters' opinions, preferences, and tolerances, and also aids in management decisions. Through these surveys, you'll see that a number of big game recommendations will come as a result of these surveys or from the findings of these surveys, and those will be presented by Covey Jones in the next presentation. But in March of 2021, the division put together an emerging technology surveys, which covered things like trail cameras, night vision, the definition of a muzzleloader, among a number of other things. We surveyed 6,000 people, hunting public. Those 6,000 people were randomly selected from individuals that applied for big game hunts in the last 5 years. That would include general season, once in a lifetimes, and limited entries. We had a survey results, about 35% response rate, which is really good. We feel that that response will adequately represent the hunting public as a whole. After that survey, we were asked by the Wildlife Board to do another survey specifically on trail cameras. That survey was conducted in October of 2021. We sent that out to 10,000 hunting public, again, people that applied for big game tags in the last 5 years. We had about 9,000 of those 10,000 were valid individuals. What made the 1,000, we pulled those 1,000 out, were due to either they had invalid email addresses, they'd been surveyed more than twice in the last calendar year, and or had already taken the previous emerging technologies survey. There's a thing called survey fatigue, and we can get into that if you have questions. But nonetheless, basically surveyed 9,000 on the trail cameras. Again, a very high response rate, and so we feel like that those responses will adequately represent the hunting public as well. The big game rules, you'll see, we won't discuss that until COVID comes up, but we did not survey the general public. We just surveyed the hunting public because the big game rules written in a fashion that is tied to the take of big game. So researchers, wildlife photographers wouldn't be affected by the way in which the big game rule is currently written. So those individuals were not surveyed. But with that, I can take any additional questions or comments that you have on those two surveys.
Wyatt, thank you, and we thank you and all division involved in that survey and gathering that information for us. I know it's a lot of work, so thank you.
Pleasure.
Like to open it up to the Wildlife Board for any questions they may have. Okay, rack chairs, any questions for Wyatt? All right, we'll ask for a summary from our director.
This was just an informational item, so there's not any public comment or online comment.
Perfect. With that, we will call for our next agenda item.
Hello, Mr. Chair. Would the board like me to give a brief overview of what the rule recommendations are? I think that may be easier.
I think that'd be great.
Okay. And even if we want to, we could just throw up the PowerPoint really quick and go over that. It should be fast. Mike, do you have the ability to put that up? Thank you. Let's start at the beginning and just go through what the entire recommendation is, if that's okay. Can you switch the slides for me? Sweet. That's close enough. Oh, you're going to give me the clicker? I don't know if this is a good idea, buddy. Wait, how do I go back?
That was not a good idea.
Red back arrow is back. Okay. Sweet. Glad this thing has big buttons. All right. So what we're doing is we're recommending some rule changes for the big game rule. You know, how we hunt big game, what our rules are, and these are the recommended changes. Most of these are recommended based on public feedback. But first, just a quick, the rationale behind why we recommend big game rule changes. So one of the reasons is to comply with direction from the board. If you remember, Mr. Hurst we brought a concern to the board about wounding loss in bison. And we just said, we feel like this is getting out of hand. And in that board discussion, then the board decided to ask that we make a shot placement article mandatory. In order to comply with something like that, we need to add it to rule. And so working through that type of solution to address wounding loss in bison with the board, you'll see that change recommended. Another one is that our state legislature, they meet annually, and when they do, laws can and do change. And so some of these changes recommended are to comply with laws and changes to code and make sure that our rule aligns with code. An example of that is you'll see that we're bringing forward a recommendation on trail cameras. And that recommendation, one of the reasons why that's coming forward today is because we were asked to do that by the legislature. Finally, there are things in rule that end up either being outdated or confusing, or it just doesn't work the way that our law enforcement needs it to be able to enforce. And so you'll see changes that simplify and clarify or just remove unused portions. So when we did this one, because a lot of how we hunt is really, really social, we wanted to have a good pulse on what the public felt or what they thought about that. So we send out a lot of emails. We wanted to know. And we received a lot of responses. And those responses helped shape what you'll see today. To start with, we had to add some new definitions in rule of what an antler assault control permit is, what a night vision device is, and what a trail camera is. So for antler assault control starting, we just clarified that these permits must be used on an antler assault control unit and that they are not valid on a CWMU. On a cooperative wildlife management unit or a CWMU, we already have a mechanism to harvest the antlerless animals we need to. And as part of the splits, a lot of those permits go to the public. And so having an additional tool of antler assault control, which is allowing a hunter to kill a cow when they have a buck or a bull permit, it's just not needed in that scenario. And so we're just clarifying that they're not valid there. Night vision device, this was definitely part of the public survey. And so we defined night vision device as basically anything that aids in finding thermal imagery, anything you could use, and you could be using it either during the day or at night, but it's those things that pick up heat and aid in finding big game especially. And our sportsmen felt like in the survey that this just was not fair chase or not a valid way to hunt big game. Just the part of the regulation, you can't use it 48 hours before or 48 hours after a hunt. To find or to locate, attempt to locate, or aid in the attempt to locate. So it's not just the person with the permit in their pocket, it's anyone helping on that hunt as well. For trail cameras, we use the definition, there is a definition in code of trail camera, and we adopted that definition, and then are making a recommendation to prohibit the use of transmitting trail cameras to take or attempt to take big game between July 31st and January 31st. So overlapping all big game seasons. There are some exceptions that we made, and we just want to make sure that this was not intended to infringe on private property owners monitoring their property for trespass, and so we listed that specifically. Monitoring active agricultural operations or municipalities that are participating in the urban deer program. Just as a side note at the bottom, that footnote there, I think it is important to note that, however, it's the same rules on private and public ground. We're recommending in rule that transmitting trail cameras are not used on private property either to take or aid in the take of big game. As part of this, one of the things that we were asked to consider is regulating the number of trail cameras an individual can put on the landscape. And as we looked at that, and there was public support for that, frankly, but as we looked at it, it was not enforceable because limiting that number would create, there are too many loopholes to get good enforcement. So one of the reasons that a lot of trail cameras are put out is because that data is available to sell. And so instead of limiting the number, the thing we tried to do is attempt to make selling or purchasing of trail camera data, including images, location information, or time information, prohibited. And that's a recommendation in the rule change. Am I not loud enough? Thanks. Better? Yeah, it probably is. Thanks, Paul. We asked about muzzleloaders again. There's some new muzzleloaders coming on the market where the bullet is loaded in the barrel, but the powder, the charge is loaded behind. And when we asked sportsmen about this, they felt like we'd probably had enough in the survey, enough advancement in muzzleloaders. They didn't want to switch to a muzzleloader that had both. They wanted to make sure we maintained that as a rule for a muzzleloader. You got to load both the powder and the bullet from the muzzle. We just aligned this with other rules, and that is that national wildlife refuges are closed to hunting unless declared open by the managing authority. For pronghorn sheep and moose, you'll remember the last board meeting, Lindy brought around a recommendation to allow hunters to see at least proposed permits before they put in for the draw. And as part of that, she said that we would be bringing around things that would simplify the draw process and allow her to accomplish that. One of these changes that helps aid in that is just allowing a hunter to apply for a buck and doe pronghorn permit in the same, apply for and hunt a buck and doe pronghorn, a bull and antlers moose, and a ram and ewe bighorn permit in the same year. Again, it really helps streamline the draw process. We already talked about the shot placement article. That is one of the changes. We clarified that handgun, archery, muzzleloader, shotgun permits are not valid for extended archery, much like any weapon permit is not valid for extended archery, even though you could use a bow on that hunt. They're not an archery hunt per se, and so they don't qualify. We're recommending that they don't qualify. And then hunter orange. Right now, we've got some overlap between the youth any bull hunt and the general season archery any bull hunt. And in that overlap, the sentiment from the division is that it's more like a limited entry hunt than a general season hunt, even though it's classified as a general season hunt. There are fewer people afield on hunting with a rifle. And 500 youth have that permit. And the conflict there, we didn't feel like was enough to require archers to wear hunter orange. In addition to that, and just being completely honest, it's difficult, if not almost impossible, to enforce that hunter orange on archers during that small 5-day overlap, and creates a lot of work for our law enforcement officers that maybe they have other things that are better to focus on. Again, if approved, these would go into effect for the hunting season 2022. And there is one more thing. When we go around through the public process, we get input back, RACs vote different ways, and some of these changes we hear and they resonate with us, and it's something that makes sense, we may have missed, or would just be good additions to what we're recommending. And so between the RAC and the board process, we made a few tweaks to the rule. And if the board adopts what is presented today, they will be adopting these changes. So these are some of the changes that came out. So it came up as a concern that a trail camera may be considered a night vision device. Although we didn't share those concerns, we understood that the public did, and so we just clarified that a trail camera is not a night vision device. Another concern that came out of the public process was that there are times when a producer, that a transmitting camera can really help a producer target the right animal that's depredating on their livestock. And our intent here was never to harm a producer. It was to make a rule that prevented the use of transmitting trail cameras for hunting big game. And so we're recommending a change that allows a producer to use a transmitting camera in depredation situations on their livestock. Also clarified, it came up that there was some that it wasn't quite as clear as it could be in the selling or purchasing of item or big game or trail camera images. And so we tweaked that section to make it more clear. Again, these are the changes, and if the board adopts this today, these would be adopted as well. Thank you.
Colby, I like to tell you, thanks for going over that again. I think today's a really big day, and a review is great. I'd also like to tell you thanks for those post-rack rule changes. I think it really says a lot for the division to hear each rack, that they heard those concerns, and there are some things that we can do better, and that's the whole reason we have that rack process, and that really helps us at the Wildlife Board, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
With that, I'd open it up to the Wildlife Board for questions.
Oh, you want to back up?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thanks, Mike.
Back to the purchase and sale.
Oh, sorry, I went one too many.
Bottom, one more.
Oh,
Forward.
yes, sir.
Bottom of that says taking cougar and bear. Now, if I remember correctly, the division's recommendations would not affect transmitting or radio trail cameras on spring bear or any lion hunt outside of that window.
That is correct. So as we wrote the rule, we did overlapping seasons for cougar and bear. And the reason why is because that is obviously a loophole that we couldn't control for. But the intent wasn't to, in the survey, there wasn't the same sentiment about cougar or bear. So it's in the cougar and bear rule for the same time and the same overlap, but the intent is to close the loophole on big game. And because everybody could be a cougar or bear hunter during the big game season. Yeah.
But in the spring, when we have bear hunting, and outside of that window, when we have cougar hunting, I was surprised how many people are using trail cameras for those two species. Is there a way at this time to make a recommendation that the trail cameras, or in whatever mode we want to do, cannot be used in those seasons that are outside of that division window? So like a spring bear hunt over a bait, a summer bear hunt over a bait, let's just say you couldn't use a transmitting camera for that. Or a cougar tag outside of that window in February, you couldn't throw a trail camera out, have a cougar hit that trail camera at 6 and know right where to be at daylight.
If that is something that the board desired to do, those rules are open. It's absolutely possible.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, I just don't have a question. I just wanted to thank the division and all of the public, the racks. This has been a process. I mean, we started this 12 months ago when the legislature took this up, and the board has purposefully tried to work through a very slow and tedious and thoughtful process instead of just pull the trigger and make a decision on this. We've asked the division to do a couple of surveys. We've really worked this one into the ground, and I feel like it was necessary. It seems that we're at a point where the tides are changing just a little bit, and I think it's important that we get this right, because I don't think this ends here. And so I think it's important that we set the precedence on this, that we use moving forward, that we engage the public, we involve the public, we involve these surveys, and we work through to make sure we get it right. So I just appreciate everybody, especially the division, for everything they put into this.
Kobe, make sure I understand what I think I understand. As far as the transmitting trail cameras for the bears and cougars, they could be used according to our, the proposal that's being proposed today, the entire month of February, March, April, May, June, and in July, and then end on the 31st of July. Is that correct? We could use them during those hunts?
Yes,
just
that's
outside of those dates.
That's a correct interpretation. So as proposed, over winter, they could use them for cougar, and then as we hit the spring bear season, they'd be allowed in spring, summer until the end of July.
Thank you.
Colby, I think the confusion comes with this slide, and correct me if I'm wrong, this slide is referring to the sale of data, not necessarily the restriction of using the camera.
Yeah, maybe the bullet point is worded poorly, but the sale of data, that is prohibited for all types of cameras, whether it's transmitting or non-transmitting. But the season date restriction for transmitting, it is, again, in all three rules, but it would only apply for those season dates.
All right. I too want to tell the division, thanks for all the work that goes into this. Even, I know it's a thankless job, Colby, and even at the board, I think it feels pretty lonely up here. But what I would tell you is whatever vote you guys make today, you're probably going to have 50% less friends when you get home. So it's just where it is. So I'd like to recognize that we have a couple legislators here. This process did start there, and we would like to thank them. And we did slow down on this process, like Wade stated. We wanted additional surveys to make sure that we really knew a pulse on the public. And I think by doing that, it was slated to go into our RAC meetings, I believe, the next day when we decided to do a survey. And I appreciate the division to do that, but I think that where we ended up is in a good place with a lot more information. So hopefully with that today, we can make a better decision. So with that, I'd like to ask our RAC chairs if they have any questions. All right, with that, I'm going to ask our director to summarize the public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On agenda item number 6, we had 46 online comments. 25 of those comments, 54%, strongly or somewhat agreed with the division's proposal. 20 of those comments, 44%, strongly or somewhat disagreed with one neutral vote. I'll go over a couple of the major themes that we saw from those comments. Multiple comments, about 10, that supported the regulation of transmitting trail cameras only, but not internal storage cameras, essentially the division's proposal. 9 comments that supported regulating all trail cameras, both transmitting and internal storage alike. Multiple comments, 8, sharing they felt that other technologies like scopes on muzzleloaders and long-range shooting options have as greater impact on big game than trail cameras do. We also had 11 comments that didn't want to see any regulation on emerging technologies such as trail cameras or night vision devices. And then one thing that I'll just mention here, and I put it on there still, we had a lot of comments that still didn't understand what the division's proposal was and what regulating trail cameras meant as far as them being able to put a trail camera out on the landscape that didn't involve taking or the aid of taking big game. And then there were a couple comments over the hunter orange requirement that were not supportive of that idea. That's it.
Thank you, Director, for that update. I would like to ask our RAC chairs to go over their report of motions, and let's start with Braden.
Thank you. We had 3 motions. So let me start with the first one on the trail cameras. It says that we move to modify the division's recommendation to also ban the use of non-transmitting cameras for the take of big game from July 31st to January 31st, but allow livestock producers to use transmitting trail cameras to take depredating bears and cougars on public and private land. And just a quick comment that the division's recommendation now includes the second part of that recommendation. That passed 9-1, and I do want to address the dissenting vote because I think it is an important representation of where we struggled and where I'm sure you'll struggle. And I'm always a little nervous to do this, to represent his thoughts accurately. But I believe what his concern was is just additional regulation for a social issue, not a biological issue. And I think we all struggled with that. So I think it's a good one to discuss. The next motion is that we accept the recommendation to require muzzle loaders to be loaded ball and powder from the muzzle and ban the use of variable and fixed power scopes on muzzle loaders. And that passed unanimously. And then finally, to accept the remainder of the recommendations as presented with the addition to ask the division to come back with a proposal that would only allow an individual to apply for one once-in-a-lifetime species regardless of sex.
Thanks, Braden. Kent?
Okay, we had 4 motions in the southeast. The first one, dealing with the trail cameras, was to accept the division's proposal as presented with the exception of making sure we allow livestock operators to use it for depredation, and the division has already addressed that. Our second motion was to accept the DWR's proposal regarding muzzle loaders as presented with a further recommendation to ask the division to look into harvest data on muzzleloader hunts and specifically look at restricting muzzleloaders, specifically scopes. And that passed unanimously as well. Then we had a motion to reject the division's proposal on hunter safety orange at the end of the archery hunt during the youth any bull hunt. And that passed 7-5. And the dissenting votes generally on that it wasn't so much in favor of the division's proposal, but maybe there was a lot of discussion in having the division and maybe even the legislature, if it became necessary, to look at the rules on hunter safety orange in general. And there was some discussion with that. And that was primarily the dissenting votes on that. And then our final motion was to accept the division's remaining recommendations as presented, and that passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, in the Northeastern region, we just had one motion, and that was and that passed 6-1, and that was to accept the division's proposal with the post-rack change that we've already discussed here, as far as allowing a permittee to use transmitting cameras to address depredation issues. There was a lot of discussion on various topics, everything from the challenges that law enforcement would have enforcing the ban of transmitting trail cameras, fair chase, ethics, things like that. So there was a lot of good discussion in our meeting, but bottom line was that it passed 6-1 and with the post-rack change.
Thanks, Dan. Brock?
Thank you, Kevin. The Central Region had 4 motions. The first motion was to accept the division's recommendations as presented. That motion failed with the vote 4-5. The second motion was to modify the Rule R657-5-2 regarding night vision, specifically exclude trail cameras, which the division recommended today. That motion passed 9-1. The next motion was to not approve the DWR recommendations that archers don't need to wear hunter orange during the youth bull hunt. That motion passed 5-4, and I'll comment on the dissenting votes. Most of the dissenting votes were they don't want hunter orange on anything. They want to move to something like Wyoming, where you have to wear one article, or Idaho, where you have to wear nothing, but that's where that came from. And then the final motion was to accept the remainder of the division's recommendations as presented, and it was amended to include if you draw a tag for a bull moose or a ram bighorn, you are only allowed a bonus point for a cow moose or a ewe bighorn. You cannot draw both tags in the same year, and that motion passed unanimously.
Thanks, Brock. Justin?
Yes, we had 3 motions in the Northern Rack. All 3 passed unanimously. The first one is we had the motion that a person shall not use or maintain any trail camera or non-held device to take or aid in the take of big game between July 31st and January 31st, basically similar to the Nevada-based rule where there would be a season on trail cameras, and that passed unanimously. The second motion, I believe, was actually addressed addressed in the post-rack rule change, but I'll read it. There was a motion that in section CII of the rule, add the words after monitoring in the division's recommendation language to read monitoring, taking nuisance animals, or in case of depredation on active agricultural operations by operators or their agents on private or public lands. I believe that was addressed on the post-rack rule changes. And again, that passed unanimously. And then the last motion was to accept the remainder as presented. This was my comments would be that we took a lot of time in the Northern Rack discussing this. We really dove into the trail camera survey and read through things and really felt like it was obvious that all the public recognized there needed to be some changes in regulation in it. And we felt like after going through all of the survey that we felt that there was enough public comment and support that we felt like this season was a very good idea to accommodate everyone and pass. That's why that passed unanimously in the Northern Rack.
Thank you, Justin. Our racks kind of seem to go right with what we've heard from the public, kind of, on both sides. We had 3 racks vote for the division proposal and 2 vote for the Nevada style regulation. And it kind of speaks kind of where the public is on this issue. It's there is a voice on both sides, and we hear that from the board. So I'd like to personally thank the rack chairs for the time that you guys took to go and get that and bring that back. So thank you. With that, we'd like to open it up to the audience for comments. This microphone in the front is where you will come and state your name, and each of you will have three minutes. We will start with Kevin Norman, and that'll be followed by Casey Snyder. If you haven't filled out a comment card, please do so, and you can hand it in to the young ladies over in the corner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Kevin Norman, representing myself today. In my line of work, I get to work very close with the division, and I get to see what they go through, and I've never seen an agency that's between such a rock and a hard place all the time, and a danged if you do, danged if you don't situation. Everybody wants more tags, but everybody wants to cut tags as well. I mean, it's endless. Also, with that being said, and being a hunter, we as hunters have become very selfish and want our cake and eat it too. And at some point, we as hunters got to take a look in the mirror and ask what we can do to help our critters. The division, I see how passionate they are and what they do, and it's an uphill battle. But at what point are we going to take a step back and try and regulate ourselves? I think there's a public sentiment and a hunter sentiment out there right now of, we're not willing to not push the envelope, so help us be willing to not push the envelope. We want to do everything we can to put ourselves in advantage, and at the same time, we've put the animals at such a disadvantage. It's quite disheartening and disgusting. I support the division recommendations, although I don't think it's taken it far enough. I think it's a step in the right direction, but I'd like to see more restrictions put on us. When I was a kid, opening of the deer hunt was better than Christmas. All I'm a dad and hopefully see a big buck. Now that I'm a dad, that's all I want to do is take my kids out and hope to see a big buck. Now there's not a 200-inch deer anywhere in the state that doesn't have 10,000 pictures of it, isn't named, isn't documented, and the element of surprise is just disappearing. I hope that the division, or that you as the board, can look at this and maybe even take it a step farther and understand that we as hunters are hoping for this. Thank you for your time.
Casey Snyder, followed by Mike Schultz.
Good morning. I'm Representative Casey Snyder, and before I start, I want to first apologize. The hell that you've experienced is my fault. HB 295 sort of set this thing in motion, and I'm grateful for it. I think this topic specific to trail cams has been batted around and opened and pried and surveyed and everything to the 10th degree. And honestly, I think that's a good thing. I think when you have a public asset such as wildlife being managed, or the changes made to the way that we take those animals, the public who owns those wildlife deserves that process. So it's been a good experience for me. I hope it's been a good but uncomfortable experience for you. I guarantee you did not get as many crappy emails as I did. So, but I want to just say one point to a couple of the racks that have sort of indicated this, and I think it goes to generally what I have seen. There is a support in the public for doing something on trail cams, and I think we've surveyed it to death, 2 surveys plus the final, and clearly there is overwhelming support. The break with the division occurred, at least in the conversations that I've been party to, because it comes down to enforceability. We owe good actors in this space the ability to know that everybody is playing by the same rules. And there, in a specific and direct question that I asked to the division, is it easier to enforce a season, or is it easier to imply intent and enforce something relative to transmitting cameras and how they assisted in the aid of take? And overwhelmingly, the division unilaterally said, yes, of course, it's easier to enforce a season. And the public supports that. The Nevada rule specifically allows the strength of a season relative to enforceability, and equals and levels the playing field. So again, I don't envy you. You ultimately have to make the decision. I could not. But again, I think that the data, the will of the public, and these fine gentlemen who sit here on racks in various portions of the state have hopefully given you some guidance when you make that final determination. So again, thank you. I appreciate you, and look forward to the decision. Thank you.
Casey, thank you. And while Mike comes up, I just would like to state that I'm sure that we haven't gone through the hell that you did, but I would like to state that I think in the last year, a lot of hunters, we, over the dinner table, talking to our family over the campfire hunting, have had this discussion, and it's really opened our eyes to where we are. I think a lot of those first initial emails that you received were, just a backlash. But I think in the last year, we have come to find out a lot of our family members, maybe we're on different sides of the table. And so I think the legislature doing that has kind of helped us come to where we are today. So I thank you with that. Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the Wildlife Board today. I first want to say thank you for all that you guys do. I know that this is a thankless job, and that no matter what you do, you're going to make a lot of people unhappy. And so I appreciate your guys' service and the time and effort that you put forth on some of these really important issues that do face our state, and more importantly, our wildlife. So thank you. I'm here my name's Mike Schultz. I'm here representing myself as a landowner and as a sportsman, and also as a elected representative of the State House, Utah State House of Representatives. I'd just like to start off say also that it is Casey Snyder's fault on all this, Representative Snyder. So, but it was an interesting last year, to say the least. And I'll be honest, I had a lot of reservations in turning a decision of this type over to the executive branch and let it go through the rulemaking process, because I think it's you look at our nation, and every time you have a change of president and Congress, that's one of the biggest problems with Congress, is they've ceded their power over to the executive branch, and this made me nervous doing this. But I have to say that I have been extremely impressed with the division and the Wildlife Board and the public outreach, and taking the time and effort that you guys have taken to get this right and to come up with a good decision. And so I want to thank you for that. I'd like to speak in favor of the support of the season dates, whether it's July 31st to January 31st or some combination thereof. I think that you see that the public is on your side with that. There's more people from the public that support the season dates than don't support the season dates. And I worry that if we don't get this right the first time, that it's going to keep coming back. It's going to come back through legislature. It's going to come back through the Wildlife Board again, because short of the season dates, there's going to continue to be problems and issues going forward. And as you look at, similar to Kevin Norman, all I want to do is see a big buck some days, and it's becoming harder and harder to find those big bucks, even on private property. And it's because we have hunts that go from middle of August till the end of January. And we have long range guns, long range muzzleloaders. Who would ever thought that muzzleloaders that shoot out to 800 yards plus with 20 power scopes on them. I mean, there's just so many things with technology these days that the animal doesn't have a fair chance. It's not a fair hunt any longer. And so we have a responsibility, I think, as ourselves, as sportsmen that care about the wildlife, to make sure that we're being ethical in the things that we do. And I think that putting these bans on the season dates on cameras and not banning them completely, I think is a good way to still allow for people to use it. It's a sport, it's fun to do, but yet still gives those animals an opportunity to survive and get bigger and make it better for everybody. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Mike.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question? I'm hearing from the last two gentlemen, I'm hearing that there's a season date, but are you specific to internal storage or transmitting? Is there a separation in you? Or if I could get, so when you're referencing a season, is it both those or one or the other?
For me, it's both.
Okay, thank you. And you're way blacked out, but I'm seeing a hit. Okay. All right.
With all that light behind you, all we see is faces up here, so.
Thank you. Thanks for that clarification. Daniel Luke, followed by Troy Justison.
Hi, I'd like to thank the Wildlife Board for all the work you're doing. My name is Daniel Luke. I'm here representing myself. I couldn't make it to the southeastern rack. I had other commitments that day. I guess I'd like to start out with an experience I had this year. I drew a limited entry archery tag on the Manti. Hadn't been hunting elk on the Manti for a few years, been guiding on some public land and just taking my daughters on the regular season deer hunt. So not being on the mountain for a few years, my line of work, I work for the Forest Service. I sit in on permitting meetings. I listen to permittees talk about some of the issues they have with sportsmen cutting water lines, diverting springs, moving mineral blocks. And so I'd heard some of it, but I guess I hadn't seen it for myself. So majority of the area I hunt, I grew up with horses. I grew up with farming. I don't hunt roaded areas. We target roadless areas. And I went in and I spent 60 days on the mountain. And so over the 60 days on the mountain, I've probably seen 90 plus different water sources. And of those, I can only count 4 that didn't have trail cameras and multiple trail cameras on them. So it kind of floored me the amount of trail cameras there were. Throughout that time, talking to people I met on the mountain, talking to friends I have on the mountain, it was baffling to me that there was groups of people, outfitters, or the public that had hundreds of trail cameras scattered across these roadless areas. So I think it's way beyond the point of fair chase at this point anymore. And I don't think we're giving the animals a fair shot. A couple other points I'd like to make. I married into a ranching family. And so the last year since we've made the new baiting rule, I've seen multiple times where we go put mineral blocks, we go fix a water line, and all those things are being moved, they're being cut, stuff's being diverted to where when we go find them, there's a trail camera set right in front of them. So I guess at the end of this, I hope the Wildlife Board takes that into account and they give us some relief. I guess I get a little nervous when I'm here, so I hope intent of what I'm trying to say comes across. But along with that, I don't see how it's enforceable to regulate trail camera numbers. It just doesn't make sense. And the same thing, when you have individuals that have hundreds of cameras out there, no fair chase, like it's not fair chase. And I really hope we go with some Nevada style to give us some season dates and some regulation that gives us a little bit of relief on some of the issues we're seeing out there. So anyway, thank you for your time.
Thanks, Daniel. Troy, followed by Wade Garrett.
Morning, Troy Justinson. Before I get started, just want to give a shout out to Wes Alexander and Sam. Unexpectedly, Sam lost her father last week. Wes is an employee of the division. They had services last night. Just want to send out our love and prayers to them and support during this time. So, all right. Today I'm speaking representing Sportsman Fish and Wildlife, and we support the division's recommendation with the current change, that of allowing livestock producers to use cameras, for depredation problems and taking a problem bear or lion. We also support, the banning the use of thermals for big game purposes, hunting big game. Yeah, I thought a lot about this, and for some reason, I normally don't get pregame jitters. I've done this many times, but I do. And the reason why it's so important to me is I feel a lot of responsibility in the position that I hold, not only to my membership, but to the average sportsman, to provide as much opportunity as possible while maintaining quality. A lot of you know that, for the majority of my adult life, some of you may argue that I've never had an adult life just by the way I act, but I've made a living and provided for my family through guiding, outfitting, and some sort of big game. The key thing why this is so important to me is we've got to understand, and the average hunter has to understand, is technology has a direct impact on opportunity. And you're asking, how does it? I've probably attended more rack and board meetings than most people in this room. And one thing that drives me crazy is when individuals, both outfitters and hunters, stand up and say, you know what, let's cut tags. There's no more quality. I didn't see a 400-inch bull. I didn't see a 200-inch buck. Why? Because we're damn good at killing them. This is just one step in putting the word hunt back in hunting. In 30 years of guiding big game and outfitting, my personal opinion, trail cameras are the single most effective tool in locating, not killing, in locating big game. They're there 24/7, 365, and I can have them anywhere. If any of you guys listen to some of the racks, I shared an example of my nephew, 15, 16 years old, sitting in a class, bing, spike bull on the manti. Talks his mom into getting out of school, go up there, dial that sucker up and kill him at 540 yards. All I'm asking at some point, we as hunters say, you know what, let's put away a few of the tools in our tool bag so that we can put the hunt back into hunting, increase our opportunity while maintaining quality. Thank you.
Thanks, Troy. Wade Garrett. That's my last comment card. If still some time, if you want to give the young ladies a card.
I get more jittery following Troy because he's so good at this, but thank you for your time. I'm Wade Garrett, representing Utah Farm Bureau. Utah Farm Bureau supports this. There was some ag issues that we work closely with the division and appreciate the work that everybody's done on this. It has not been an easy task, but we feel comfortable with the changes that have been recommended in that now and feel like we can support that if we can continue working on those kind of issues on depredation and stuff, and echo a lot of what, as a sportsman and a son that's an avid sportsman, echo a lot of what Troy and others have said as well. Let's keep somewhat of a fair chase. Let's use our tools wisely, as my grandfather used to always tell me. So, and that's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Wade. Appreciate that. And I'd like to tell the public that took the time to be here today, and also those that we received emails. Thank you. Your input is valued, and we do hear you. even could hear some emotion in some of your voices, and we hear that. We recognize that this is important, and so we thank you. We'd like to ask the division if there's any clarification on any of the comments. Okay. With that, I'll summarize the racks. Like I said before, that it was 3 in favor of the division's motion, and 2 that were in favor for Nevada-style season dates, and also a couple other motions that I believe most of them were covered in the post-rack accommodations by the division. And again, we thank you for hearing the racks and acting on that. With that, I'd like to open it up to board discussion.
Chairman, can we maybe just, I've got about three or 4 issues that I'd like to make sure we cover in the big game rule amendment. Can we maybe just talk about R657-5-2, which is the trail camera? I guess that includes a trail camera and the night vision. Can we just maybe talk about those 2 first, and then just that one? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. Are we solid on those dates? I mean, are they, help me, Colby, are they, I struggle with it going clear into January or through January. Could it be shorter? Talk to us.
Talk to you. All right. Well, the dates are something that when we put these dates together, we wanted to cover all big game hunting seasons. And that's frankly it. Now, I understand, I think and the board understands that the majority of buck and bull hunting ends before December. There's a little bit that does go into December, Dolores and some of the others, and then obviously bison goes through January. So could the dates be shorter? Yes. The proposal is all-encompassing for big game. These are the days we hunt big game.
Thank you, Colby.
I kind of like that, Brett. I'd like to see it go maybe the end of the year. Give the cougar hunters and maybe the month of January. I mean, that's kind of my personal feeling there. Is I don't think we're going to be making a lot of problems by cutting that 1 month off. So I mean, that's kind of how I'm leaning.
Wade.
This is more of a comment, not to the specifics, but just the overall process. I appreciate everyone's input on this. And I have a concern. My concern is that obviously this is a significant issue. It's a significant shift. As I mentioned, I feel like we're kind of stepping into a new area that we really haven't been in before. Utah has always been, let's allow people to hunt how they want to hunt. We've, put scopes on muzzleloaders. We've done a lot of those kinds of things up to this point. And it does seem like we're shifting and starting to go back. And because this issue has, over the last 11 months, there's been a lot of time and effort gone into this issue. So much so that the legislature wanted to pause on it and send it back through the public process. We have paused on it and had a couple of sets of surveys on it. There's been a lot of public input. I look at this body as kind of a quasi-democratic republic. We can do whatever we want to. I don't represent the Southern region. I don't have to vote the way the Southern region voted. I don't represent them. I can vote however I want to. But occasionally, with these very controversial issues, you'll see legislative bodies put it to an initiative or get a lot of input. And we stopped short of an initiative, but we got a lot of input on this. And because we did that, I would feel like we might be remiss if we don't follow some of that input. I mean, it's not like we just ran this through the normal RAC process. We got a lot of input from a lot of people. And I mean, the majority of the input we got was, I mean, the DWR is recommending that we just address transmitting cameras. The SFW is representing that, or the RACs are supporting the idea. SFW is supporting the idea. The other sportsmen's groups, our online results support that idea. The majority of the people passionate enough about it to reach out to us through emails and phone calls support the division's recommendations. Farm Bureau is supporting it. I feel like if we take a little bit of a left turn right here, that we'll probably be a little remiss in that we didn't listen to the public. We went through all this process and all this effort to get public input, and then we didn't listen to it. I disagree a little bit with some of the comments saying the majority of the hunters and the majority of the public want us to not accept the division's recommendation. I actually don't think the data in the info provided to us represents that. I think the majority of the input we have gotten through this long process says that they want us to follow the division's recommendation. So I guess that's my fear is let's be very careful as we move forward. This is not just a normal process we've gone through to get to this point. Anyway, just my concern.
Thanks, Wade. I've got a question for the division. I received several phone calls this year regarding our new baiting law, and one of the questions was that one of the gentlemen I spoke with, I could tell, spent a lot of time. He was very respectful, and he was very respectful of the law enforcement officers that responded. He said that they were so professional, but one of the concerns he had was as he found a lot of apple piles out that had been placed out, and as the division responded, that it was almost impossible to enforce that law because they had to catch a person sitting over the apple pile to catch him. And so I guess a couple questions. How many of those have been turned in, and how many of those have we had convictions or have we caught?
So I won't be able to answer the first question. I'd have to go look, at least not offhand anyways. But as far as catching and convictions, up to date, we have had no convictions. However, we do have a couple open cases that will likely end in convictions. I'd say maybe a handful throughout this season.
Oh, okay. And then would you have a law enforcement that maybe has been that is field going that could speak to the difficulty of the intent of working with that?
Yeah, Dennis Shumway, if you wanted to speak to that. I know that's not why you're here, but he's the only field guy here. So.
Thanks, Chief. Thanks, Chair. So it's difficult in enforcing that baiting law, how it's written for the take of big game using bait. 50 feet, essentially you have to catch somebody sitting over it. The law doesn't stop somebody from putting it out. It stops them from taking big game animals while hunting over bait. There's the hard part in enforcing that.
Okay. Thank you. And I that's kind of what I had heard from the public, and I just wanted to get, thank you.
So I guess I got a couple questions. I mean, a couple issues is, I mean, I don't know if my email is the same email as that you guys have, but I didn't get one person email me saying, don't take away my non-transmitting cameras. Another thing, in that survey that the division sent out, there was a question about the Nevada style camera. And as I remember, it said 50% support that, 40% opposed it. So again, I kind of disagree with Wade on his, the public support thing, because I see this public support. And, going through the racks, the central rack, I watched that. They didn't even, it wasn't even addressed there. So it's kind of hard to bring it up from what they did, but obviously the northern, central, or northern and southern, overwhelmingly supported it. Obviously, I think there's I think there's a lot of public support, Obviously, I got phone calls supporting it, but I think it spoke in, a lot that my email didn't get blown up. The only thing my email gets blown up of is spam. I get so much spam from the division email. It's disgusting. But as far as anything concerning cameras, there was nothing. So, usually, I don't know. In my opinion, that's a good thing. So I had a discussion with them, in my opinion, this shouldn't be the only technology thing on the table. Everything should be on the table. I have a garage full of it. And if it's all on the chopping block, so be it, but I agree with some of the people that got up and, say that, we need to support or get back to put some of the hunt back in hunting. How cool would it be for somebody to go hunting anymore and shoot a deer that nobody had a picture of? That doesn't happen anymore. It does not happen in this state that you can't go private, public property and shoot something and there's not 400 pictures of it. 18 people have, 20 different names for it, every squirrel, skunk, raccoon, deer, moose, nothing does not have a million pictures of it, and I think this goes back to let the public, they overwhelmingly supported or suggested that they want to use it for preseason scouting. This allows them to do that. But then, you know what? We cut it off and put some of the hunt back in hunting. So that's my 2 thoughts on it.
Thank you. Carl?
Yeah, and once again, on all the close things, our rack split 3-2. The surveys are all close. The representative the numbers on the Nevada supported that, but the other survey question supported the other side. So we are in the middle here. The interesting thing for me is I thought I had a pretty well-supported definition of fair chase, and I have found there are hundreds of definition of what people consider fair chase. But obviously, we've got to do something here. I may have another amendment at the end because I think that if we're going to make this decision on fair chase, it should be extended to bears and cougars. And so I'll probably have, after we decide on this, I'll have another amendment to go with that. But once again, everybody, a lot of effort in this, a lot of effort from the division, sportsmen. I appreciate everything they said, and we'll just see where this goes.
Thank you. Gary?
I've thought about this long and hard. Lots of discussion, and we've gone through it the whole year. Initially, I quite like the division's proposal to just limit transmitting trail cams. That seemed to be the biggest culprit. But as I thought about the possibility of enforcing that or actually having that work, I'm having struggles. I know a guy will get a good tag. 20 of his friends will run trail cameras for him. He won't run a single one. And I know it says used for take, but we're calling on ethics in people, and we know how that works when it comes to a big animal. Even landowners, I know they have cams on their troughs just to see which animals are watering where and how many are hitting which one, and that's how they move their animals around. But they still get all the deer pictures and stuff. And I see the regulating the transmitting cameras as something that's, at least for the purpose of take. I don't know if it'll change anything that's happening with trail cameras at all. I don't think we'll see them disappear off the landscape. I don't think guys who are using them to try and find good animals will. I think they themselves might quit using them, but like I say, everybody's got 20 friends that are more than happy to help on a big buck hunt or a big bull hunt. And I just don't see that it's enforceable. And I've always struggled with making rules and regulations that only pinch the people who are honest. Everybody else in it. And if we're going to do something with this, I'd like it to be a level playing field for all parties involved. where people just, you did put the hunt back in. Preseason scouting is what most people use their cameras for. The other guys use them the whole season, 24/7, keep them up through the hunt so they know what's where, what time it hits the water. I mean, it's a real asset. And, we talk about the cougars and bears parts too. We're struggling keeping the numbers down of those two particular animals. Where when we're talking about some of the other hoofed big game animals, we're having a hard time maintaining their numbers and actually having a viable population that we can continue to hunt and enjoy. And so I don't know, I'm worried about even enforcing I don't know if it'll change anything if all we do is regulate the transmitting ones for the purpose of takes. I think there'll still be a bazillion transmitting cameras out on the landscape, and you can be against the law and against the rules, but a lot of stuff's always been on the naughty list and people still do it. But if we had a season to where nobody could use cameras, I think that could work. I think it could work. I think that could be enforceable. I think you could actually do something with that where if, oh no, because I like running trail cams. I like to see what animals are out there. We got some of the classic, I've got pictures of animals with all 4 feet off the ground doing a scamper or a frolic. I mean, just crazy good pictures. But it's really making it hard for the animals to survive and go. And I say if it becomes an integrity question, and I don't know if we can legislate integrity, and so it might be easier to just have a season on it so that no cameras are out there for that period of time. I think we could regulate that. I'm not sure we could regulate the other one. I don't think it'd make any difference.
Wade.
There's an issue that I think we at least need to talk about that we haven't much. I mean, I think everybody here knows that I've been involved in guiding and outfitting for a long time. I think one of the original motivations for this idea was to level the playing field. You've got outfitters out there with hundreds of cameras, and the idea was, it's not fair. We've got a couple of bad actors out there with thermals and hundreds of cameras, and it's just not fair to the average guy. I think one thing that we're not considering is this. Those guides and outfitters out there are still going to have their dozens of guides. That's what they do for a living. They're going to be out there on the landscape every daylight hour with their $5,000 spotting scopes and everything else. And they are still going to find these animals. Who this actually affects is the average guy who's working for a living, who's sitting at home and can't get out to the mountain in the evening, rarely gets to go on the weekends. That's the guy who's not going to be able to have a trail camera out there and find out what's on the landscape. The guides and outfitters, yes, they're not going to be able to run their cameras either, but they're going to be out there in person. And I actually think if we went with the Nevada style, it's going to end up making the playing field less level and end up negatively impacting the average guy more than anyone else.
I'd like to add one comment to that, Wade, because I've thought a lot about that, and I think that you are right that those guides that get out there and work, they are still going to know where the best animals are, and they're going to do it because they do it for a living. The one comment I have with that is I had a good friend of mine that's a guide who spoke about being contacted by a father of his daughter was in dance. She drew a Oak Creek tag, and she had one day to hunt. And he accidentally put her in for archery, and she'd never shot a bow. He was able to take her down over an apple pile, and then in one day, she was able to harvest a 220-inch buck. That guide would have guided somebody to that animal, but it would not have been that young girl that had not put in the effort. So my comment that it doesn't affect guides, or the comment that it does, and I think it does, they will take someone that has to take off work and come for a long extended time, and they will work to get that animal. But I think changing the law of the trail cameras will affect guides also, and the amount of success. So I think I just wanted to bring that up.
Mr. Chair, I also think, if we cut it off at July 31st, there's all your preseason scouting. I mean, some of them are even rubbed off by then. And so I mean, I think that's would still allow you to scout an area that you can't physically access often and accomplish the same goal, but still put the hunt back in the hunt at the end.
Brett, what you thinking?
Well, it seems like, to me, the people that I've approached with this, you just reach in your pocket and pull out a coin and flip it in the air, and then that'll decide which way they go. You can have like-minded sportsmen. You could have twin brothers that grew up hunting together with exactly an opposite opinion on this issue, and that's what I mean. I could go either way and be happy with this. I mean, you know, I'm glad we have the ag exemption. That is a critical thing. We used cameras last fall to watch to see if livestock was bogged in the pond. We didn't have to go up there every day to check. Just looked at the camera. We've used them to surgically remove depredating lions, and I can see them being used the same way with bears. That's a good thing. Someone mentioned that the hoofed animals are the ones in trouble, except elk. And the bears and lions are growing. I think anytime we can have an advantage on those big predators, I think we're helping our mule deer. So I would be against extending the season that's already been advised. I'd be more for shortening that season, at least in the winter. I mean, even you take somebody that got a trail camera for Christmas, man, I can see a young man or a young woman running out on the day after Christmas and putting up their trail camera and enjoying that until they had to go back to school yesterday. You know, I could see something like that being a good thing. So anyway, I'm still stuck.
With that, Brett, you could go either way. Just make sure it's the right way.
Yeah, exactly.
Randy?
You know, this has been a really tough issue, and I'm kind of in the camp with Gary there. You know, I think the proposal is an excellent proposal the division has come out with, but as far as the law enforcement, I think I think we're just putting some lipstick on this thing, because I don't think we'll ever be able to do a whole lot with the enforcement on it. I think it's a tough one, and I don't know that it's one that we ought to be spending a lot of time for our enforcement officers. There's a lot of other things they probably ought to be doing. So I'm in line with the Nevada style. I personally would like to see it end the end of the year at December 31st. I'd like to that a month in January. In my opinion, we still need to harvest a few cats, and I think that would help us have some transmitting cameras out there. And so I'd like to do the Nevada style, where all cameras are removed from the landscape for a certain period of time.
Thank you. I'll share kind of where I've come also. I too have tried to be very open on this and listen and hopefully have a listening voice, as a lot of people have called. Yesterday, as I made a phone call to Nevada to ask them how their laws worked, and I wanted to understand. And as I spoke to them, they stated that their law has worked incredibly well. The one thing that I was curious about was that during their season restriction, they talked about how good the sportsmen were to return the lost cameras that were accidentally left during that season restriction. They returned them to the Nevada Division of Wildlife as lost and found. But they said that it worked incredibly well. And so listening to all sides, Director, I appreciate the division. It's a hard spot. But as I've looked at it, I think that if we went with the division's proposal, I do feel that we would be back here at some point. I think that Director or Mike Schultz stated that, we've got an obligation to get it right. If not, it could come back to the legislature or to the Wildlife Board. And I just think that given how hard it was with the baiting law to prove intent, it will be the same way to prove intent with transmitting cameras. And for that reason, I think that a total restriction of both internal and transmitting cameras for a season date would be the most enforceable way to go.
I'm ready to make a series of motions, and we'll see if we get seconds and where we go. And Kevin, I think I'd get your vote ready because we may tie it up.
Okay, let's give some time to our Assistant Attorney General.
Sorry to interrupt. I think there might be a point of clarification worth making. We're in a slightly different situation in Nevada by the way that our code is written. So the statute says that trail camera is a heat or motion device, the way it's triggered. It wouldn't capture other devices like a time-lapse camera. So in regulating an all-out ban on trail cameras, the Division of Wildlife would still need to tie a time-lapse trail camera to the take of big game to fall under our statutory authority. We can ban and regulate trail cameras under the statutory definition based on the intent and the way that's written, but it's the broader definition of all other types of trail cameras that would still need to be tied to big game.
Okay, I think that's a great clarification, and I think as people have brought up the Nevada style regulation, in talking with board members, I think it's just that it was a season restriction in a style, but I think that it would have to be written specifically for Utah, and knowing that we can only work with take. That it would take the legislature, if it was for all cameras, to then make it for all cameras. And I think that would be the only way that it would work.
That's right.
Bryce?
Well, I know Carl wanted to make a motion. Can I take a stab at okay. Obviously, I've been thinking about this for a little bit. So I move that we make it illegal to maintain or to place, maintain, or use trail cameras, transmitting or non-transmitting cameras from July 31st to December 31st for the take or aid of taking big game animals on public or private property. The exemptions are agriculture operations using cameras from the monitoring, take of nuisance animals, or in case of depredation on active ag operations by operators or their agents on public or private ground. An employee or authorized agent of the state of Utah or federal government are exempt. Take it one step further and address a person may not use any night vision device to locate or attempt to locate a big game animal for 48 hours before the big game hunt in that area through 48 hours after the big game hunt ends in that area. Engage in the sale or purchase of trail camera media, including images, video, location, time, or date data to aid in the take or attempt to take a big game. And the last is engage in the sale, purchase, distribution of storage of media, including images, video, location, time, date, data collected from a device identified in subsection A to aid in the take or attempted take of big game. Sorry about that. It's kind of long.
So a couple questions. In listening to your motion, sounds like that whole R657 section, that you deleted some sections and rewrote all of those that you would like in there. Is that?
Yeah, I
correct?
took their whole blue section and changed it, so.
Okay. And do you have a copy to provide that to Kyle and to?
Yeah.
Okay. Why don't we give Kyle a one to review? And I would ask the board if there's any questions on that motion.
I do have a question. Rice, I don't know if this was intentional or just an oversight. The division had put in the exception category section, they had listed 3 things and maybe might have even expanded it to 4. One was using a camera during normal, in the process of a normal agriculture operation. You identified the depredating part of it. Did you exclude just the normal ag operation? I mean, putting cameras on water holes and that sort of thing?
Yeah, I don't want to target, I mean, that would be totally acceptable that the ag could use it for checking water sources, depredating animals, that, yeah, they can carry on normal ag operations as.
Okay, I don't know that that was in your language. We might want to tweak that a little. And then the second one was private property owners using them for the purpose of security.
They're not, that does not, so that would not fall into this because it's not in the aid or the take or the attempted take of animal. So
Okay.
that would not fall into this.
Okay. Any other questions on that motion?
Yeah, is that for law enforcement, is that an enforceable thing? Can we do that? I mean, because it's basically the take or the attempt to take, that's the hard part to prove if
I
there's
was-
20 cameras out.
Yeah, I was talking to Kyle, so if you don't mind restating it, should be able to answer that for you. Sorry, Bryce.
That's all right. Basically, all we're doing is adding non-transmitting cameras to what you guys proposed already. So it's just all cameras, transmitting, non-transmitting cameras
Yeah,
for the aid or for the take or attempted take of big game.
yeah. So the only difference there would be the volume of cameras that we'd investigate. As far as the challenges associated with proving the intent, that wouldn't change there. So it would be just as enforceable as the transmitting cameras are. Just would have a larger number to look into.
Yeah, it might be a challenge the first year, but your lost and found might get big, just like you said, pretty fast.
Sure.
So Bryce, a question is, your intent would be, because our authority is for the take or attempted to take, would you ask the legislature to make that for all trail cameras?
Yes, sorry. And I would, because the legislature asked us to look at this, my intent would be that we pass this back to the legislature and have them look at all stakeholders and all cameras, because right now we can only monitor the cameras that are used for the take or intent to take of big game, but it'd be nice if the legislature would look at all cameras by other stakeholders, so.
Colby?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, can I address this? It feels like, so writing rule is extremely complicated. And it's one of those things that, like, we've already found a couple of unintended consequences in this language that we'd want to address. And that's just sitting right here, right now. What would be more preferable, if it's okay with Mr. Thorogood and okay with the board, is that give us the sentiment of the motion. And if the sentiment of the motion is to prohibit for the purpose of take, both transmitting and non-transmitting trail cameras, and add that language, that would work better. And then after we draft it, the board gets a chance to view it again. And then that is what we pass on. But writing the language live like this has so many unintended consequences. I get nervous every time, and I can see Stacy's nervous, and nobody wants to make Stacy nervous. So if that's okay.
I actually enjoy it, but.
I think, Colby, I appreciate that. I think with that is, there's so many parts to that rule that I think the board needs to do our best to try to get it right. I think if that needs to be modified, because there's some unintended parts, please bring that back. But I think I think anytime the board attempts at a rule, we do want to make sure that we get it as close as we can. Okay, we've got a motion.
It sounded to me as he was reading it that when it talked about vision devices, it was exactly what was written here, even though I had some of it scratched out because I didn't like the 48 hours. But now that I have had that clarified, the 48 hours comes because we've had that's the same thing as flying ahead of time as 48 hours at the same time as spotlighting 48 hours ahead of time. So I did get that clarified. So I think what I heard him read was exactly what the night vision was. It's exactly what the selling of images and stuff were. So it really just had to do with the trail cameras itself, and the exemptions, I think, is what felt different than what I think I heard. And with that, I'm going to second it.
And I think that you added some exemptions for agencies to be able to use cameras.
Yes, I did. The last three, so there was kind of 4 paragraphs to my motion. The last 3 were cut and copied, pasted from there. So it was just the first one. So yeah, and I do want to make it that, say somebody at BYU or Utah State is doing something that obviously the division can, give them the authorization to use a camera, or a city needs to use it for something, that they'll have that authorization. But
thank you. So we have a motion. You stated, Randy, that you seconded that.
I'm going to second that.
Okay. Any other questions on the motion?
Not question, but a discussion item on the thermal piece, if we could. I think this is fairly widely accepted. This hasn't become a practice that the majority of the public's taken on. So I think this is a pretty popular idea. My question comes back to the enforcement. I'm with Gary a little bit. I think legislative bodies are foolish when they just randomly throw out and pass rules and regulations just because it's popular, and there's really no possible way to enforce these. I struggle to see that, yes, we're going to ban them for 48 hours before the season starts. A guy walking around with one in his backpack during the middle of hunting season, it's not illegal. I mean, it's ridiculous that we think we're going to stop any of this. I'm not big on regulation, but if we're going to do this, why not put something in place that makes sense, that's enforceable, that actually could have some lasting impact? I would suggest that we not allow them in the field. I mean, to me, that's the only way to really enforce this idea that someone's not using their thermal when it's in their backpack and they have a gun on their shoulder during a season. The only way to really make it meaningful is to not let them have it in the field. Otherwise, they're going to use it unless the 1 out of 10,000 where we see them actually using the thermal, it's never going to happen. There will be 0 convictions on this too.
Can I ask a clarification for the DWR on that with Wade's proposal? How would we attempt that in language, and Wyatt, can you address that, or Kyle?
I'll let Kyle address the language portion, but as far as carrying night vision in the field, it'd be no different on the enforcement side from someone saying they're carrying a rifle during the deer hunt that doesn't have a tag saying they're hunting coyotes. We'd still have that burden to prove that they're actually not hunting coyotes or are hunting big game. So that aspect would be similar on the enforcement side of things.
Well, I thought a lot about this, and I had those same fears, Wade. One thought I had is going back to the spotlighting rule. If someone is convicted of taking an animal to spotlight, it's a suspension of a license. And we have legislators here today. And I would ask that if someone's caught with baiting and they take an animal, or if that they are caught thermal imaging and they take an animal, it would be a suspension of license. And I think that would solve our problem.
just for the record, I mean, I don't want to get myself in more trouble than I probably already am, Stacy, but I agree with Wade 100%. I'd love to be able to put some teeth into it that, that we can allow them to have that during, but I guess we'll see what we can, but
I mean, do you want to pull that out and vote on that separately?
I was just, if you had a question for me.
Well, I guess because we have so, like on the 48 hours, we did that because that's the same for flying and we kept it consistent. This same rule, it would be difficult, but it's the same as other rules. Would that be the preference, that we keep that consistent?
It would be, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, well, just a thought. I mean, we're not going to get this exactly right today. Most of the things that we've done and the things we're going to do in the future, we're not going to get them exactly right on the enforcement side of it. So I don't know that I'm really nervous about doing something right now today. We can go ahead with our ban on thermals, but I think we're going to have to come back and tweak this. Recommendations from the divisions, our attorneys and law enforcement, the things that they tell us, okay, guys, you were well-intentioned, but that's stupid. That's never going to work. I hope they will come back and say, we need to add some additional language. We need to make some tweaks. And I think we can do that on this. I'm not opposed to moving forward with this. It just needs to be on our action log, and the division needs to feel very free in coming back to us and saying, we need some additional changes.
I agree with that. And when you said we're stupid, Stacy's eyes lit up. So, okay.
And Chairman, just a comment. I'm going to vote against this just because I am okay if you put a trail camera up, you get off the couch, you put your scent, you put your sound on the mountain and get up there. I believe that is the regular guy's way of doing this. And so, I mean, my nay vote here isn't in anything effect to this rule. It's just, I'm okay with just banning trail cam or transmitting. So,
okay.
Sorry, one last thing. I promise I'm done. I think to Carl's point, I've had a lot of people reach out to me, and I know the legislators have as well during their process. There's a lot of people that run cameras just for fun. That's it. It's their outdoor wildlife recreation. It's shed hunting. I mean, there's a lot of people that love to just get outdoors and do their niche. And trail cameras are a niche for a lot of people. I've had several families, dads reach out to me and say, that's just what our kids do. We can't draw tags anymore. So we just run trail cameras. And that's our fun, is we go get those cards back and it's Christmas morning. I hate to see us start to regulate people's outdoor activities just because we have a little bit of an issue with it. I don't want to see us start to further limit people's enjoyment of the outdoors just because there's a problem here or there. And this is social, let's be honest. It's emotional and social. This has nothing to do with anything else. And so that's my fear, is that we ban people's recreational fun for 6 months out of the year. It just, I can't get there.
Well, Wade, I appreciate those comments. You put a lot of time into think of those. I agree with you on many of those, but where I disagree is the Wildlife Board was asked several times to act on this, and we didn't, and it got to the legislature because our failure to act. And I think if we just kick it down the road because we don't want to affect some of those people that just enjoy, it's going to come back in a way that we may not appreciate. So I think the time to act is now. All right, with that, I'm going to call for a vote. Let's start with Bryce.
yes.
no.
Yes.
No.
My button on.
Don't pull that coin out, Bryce.
I'm going to go no.
I'm going to go yes.
All right, we have 3 in favor and 3 opposed. Is that correct, Stacy? All right. Now, when we go home, there's only going to be one idiot that is hated.
You'll have 3 friends.
I'll have 3 friends. That's 2 more than I had when I
Of
come.
course, you'll lose 3 also, so.
You know, in this room, there are people that are on all sides. But ultimately, I think that I have to go with my heart, what I think that we need to do. And I just personally think the only way that we're going to take a step forward is a seasonal restriction, like the Nevada style that's in this motion from Bryce. So I vote yay. Hey, a couple years of work to get where we were, and thank everyone. Hope whatever side you were on that you felt like you were heard today. So with that, we will go to the next agenda item.
Maybe we need to do a little bit.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah, maybe do a little bit of cleanup on there. I mentioned, or muzzleloaders were mentioned in a number of the racks. I'm going to make the motion that we add onto the action log, doing some research into muzzleloaders. I personally feel that we need to make some changes, but I'm not ready to do that yet. So I'll make that motion that we add looking at muzzleloader success, season, technology to the action log for a future date to review restrictions, further restrictions on muzzleloader.
And can I add to that? So I think that one of the things that we've heard is that I think that a lot of things are on the table. And if we ask the division to add to the action log, I would like to add to that survey that it's not just for muzzleloaders, but we open it up for archery, muzzleloaders, rifle. 10 years down the road, we don't know where we're going to be with technology. But it would be good to kind of hear from the public of where that acceptance is, what that baseline is. So in that action log, I think if we could do a survey that was just like we just got done with this, we took a little time, but we got it right. I think that to really get our feelers out on all weapon types and see if we need to take a step back. Does that make sense, Colby?
I think so. You know, one of the things we committed to annually was the technology to have law enforcement come back and report on emerging technologies. But what I hear you saying is, in addition to that, a specific survey on, probably just on weapon types that folks are using and the technology they're using associated with those weapons. For example, scopes on rifles, scopes on muzzleloaders, slider sights on bows.
Variable scopes, yeah.
Variable turreted scopes, things like that, and just find out where we are. Is that?
Mr. Chair, could I even expand this a little bit more, if you wouldn't mind, Carl and Chairman? It sounds to me like the sentiment is it's technology, yes, but it's far bigger than that. And it's more of an effective. I mean, if we're going to put hunt back in hunting, if that's what that vote was, we're going to put hunt back in hunting, we're too effective, then I say let's even go farther. Let's expand this thing and really start looking at the things that are affecting us as hunters, that are making us too effective. I say let's include access, ease of access. Let's include rangefinders, turreted scopes, radios, too much help. I mean, literally, let's go all the way down through the list. And my recommendation is this, if I could add to your motion, Carl, is let's form a committee. Let's form an effectiveness committee, technology committee, whatever we want to call it. It's made up of the wildlife board members that want to be on it, as well as the division, law enforcement. And this is an ongoing thing that we begin to address and prioritize a list of the things that are making us too effective. And let's start working on them one by one.
Stacy, I'll defer to that motion and second it.
I think an action log is, kind of covers. I think, do you get kind of where we're at?
I think so. Yeah. Yes.
You said that you didn't want us to write it down in rule and you wanted in.
I understand the sentiment. The sentiment is let's look at things that impact harvest success, right? Technologies that impact harvest success, form a committee, address these issues, and then also probably get some public sentiment as well, and decides which ones we want to address through the process.
So I think, Mr. Chair, the idea I have is we're just ones and twos this thing. We're just nitpicking at it up to this point. You know, it's apples here, it's thermals there. If we're really serious about this, if we want to be taken seriously as a board, we've got to be consistent and we've got to look at this from the 30,000 foot view and quit nitpicking it. Let's form a process. It's going to involve surveys and committees and no, we're not going to dive in and do all of this today and in 2022, but let's make a list through this committee and then let's prioritize the list and say, okay, this is 22, this is 23, and this is 24. My fear is that we're going to nitpick a little of this until the public has some backlash and says, you guys just don't even want to let us hunt anymore, and then we're going to lose our nerve, and then we're going to quit. And we're going to be half done. We're going to nitpick a few of the low-hanging fruit, but we're never even going to get to the things that are really making us too effective. So that my idea is let's form a process. A structural process that has a committee that's long-term.
We can do that as an action item. We'll get back to you.
Okay.
We need to vote on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So any questions on the motion? Are we okay, Stacy? Okay. Bryce?
Yes.
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 Okay. Motion passes. All in favor.
And then in reference to extending the season for Bears and Cougars, my wife is a huge Hamilton fan, and so I've listened to that soundtrack 100 times, and part of that is you don't have the votes, so I'm not going to make that motion. And but I will make the motion that we approve the rest of the division's recommendations in relation to this rule.
I'll second that.
Okay. Are any of our legislators still here? One thing that was very apparent in this is there were several things, but maybe taking a look at the orange and several of these rules that we voted on today. We really appreciate coming. It's actually a very joint effort, and so thank you.
And we're happy to do that, Mr. Chair. We'll work with the Wildlife Board and the division and address, I heard I have 3 or 4 issues written down. So look forward to working with you guys to do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Do we need to make a motion that this be pushed back to the legislature to do for all cameras? I mean, do we need to make a motion to do that, or is it just
let's ask?
The way I understood it, that was part of Commissioner, is it Commissioner? Yes, Commissioners? Wildlife Board Commissioner Thurgood's motion was, or at least part of the intent behind that was to look at all. And so we realize there's going to be a lot of different stakeholders that are going to have to be worked with going through that process. And we're willing to work with that because I think your guys' hands are tied. And so I think that's probably appropriate.
Okay. Yeah, that would be, I think, the only way that would work. And so if the legislature will look at that for all stakeholders.
And I agree, Wade, Commissioner Heaton, I mean, it sounds good on paper, but then to enforce it in real life, it's almost impossible. And so with that, with the take, and, then the division's got to prove, was that their intent to take, or did they have some other intent, similar with the night vision, thermal stuff too. So I think we're happy to look at that to address that, work with you guys as well.
Mr. Chair, I think that's going to be a recommendation to the legislature. We don't get to mandate anything. But Representative Schultz was kind enough to describe the process to me a little bit and where we fit in the food chain. So I appreciate him doing that, and I appreciate them looking into this.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Look forward to working with you.
Thanks so much.
I guess before we approve the rest of this, there's a couple things that we haven't addressed that the RACs did vote on, and one of them is the Hunter Orange, and that's in there. We had, I think, two or three, was it just 2 RACs that said to vote against the proposal, and 3, 4? Yeah, I got them here. I just don't have time to read.
And Randy, if you want to address that, I'll withdraw that catch-all motion and we can talk glazed orange.
So yeah, that one, and there was another one had to do with the hunting of points for hunting the ewes and
Once in a lifetime,
sheep
yeah.
and the once in a lifetime. Those are probably a couple of items that the RACs voted different on, and maybe we ought to hit a couple of those just to make sure we're on the same page with those.
I think last meeting, we kind of talked to the division on orange and of the intent to maybe work with the legislature to kind of to get this right. And so I think that maybe not acting too soon on just with this archery and let the division work through that and come back to us is probably a better place to be on that.
I got one question. Do we have to address this now, the same rule for cougars and bears too?
The one we just passed?
Yes.
Yes, when we go to that section, because
So-
the division, the way they wrote it was identical in all three, and we will need it to be identical in all three.
Later. Okay.
Later, yeah. At the right, Colby?
Whatever we passed in here, we would just update in cougar and bear.
We don't need to restate it.
No, because the way that we presented it is if this, then this. So if this passes, then we will amend cougar and bear to say the same thing.
Okay. Okay, so that's already done. Okay.
I guess I'd like to see the division work with the legislator and relook at the orange color restrictions and just make a determination of what if what we've got is what we need, or if maybe there's something better we need to do, because I think that's kind of where the sentiment is.
Yes, and honestly, the last time we met, the board asked us to look at what our surrounding states are doing. We've already done that analysis. We didn't bring it obviously to present today, but we already looked at where everybody else is. Law enforcement took the lead on that. So where is everybody else at? What are they doing? We did that quick analysis, and we've looked at that, and it's different states are different, but we're willing to still look at where we are, present that back, and then if they want us to go, if you would like us to go further at that point, we definitely would.
Yeah, presently I'm not in favor of going forward with the non-restriction of hunter orange for archers. Just for those 5-day period.
So do you?
We did hear something in the northeastern rack where there was an archer that just about got shot, and it's not worth anybody's life, I don't think, right now to do that restriction.
So do you have a motion for hunter orange or for the once in a lifetime? A motion?
I'd like to, I'll make a motion that we do not accept the division's proposal for not requiring hunter orange during the last 5 days of the archer hunt.
Okay, do we have a second? Motion fails, lack of second.
Okay.
What about in, I think it was in the southern rack with, there was a lot of discussion on both the points for female once in a lifetime species and for male. I think the intent of the divisions was just to some word clarification. I don't think their intent was a total overhaul of the point system.
So there's two parts to this. The recommendation that we're making is to allow folks to hunt both a buck and doe pronghorn, a bull and cow moose, and a ewe and ram bighorn in the same year. And currently, honestly, especially for pronghorn, there are situations where this is very needed because of pronghorn's distribution on the landscape and access to those animals and who can get a permit and harvesting to manage the population and to address depredation issues. For the other two, and for all three, it streamlines the draw process, because what we have to do now is go back and run another check, right? So we're trying to streamline the draw process everywhere we can to make sure that we can complete with the requirement of moving it, allowing for proposed numbers, and having it be short enough that we get back to folks and get them their draw results. And so while I understand the motion that was made in the central region and some of the discussion in the southern region, those are really big things that would actually complicate the draw process more and make it harder to accomplish what we've committed to already. And then in the southern region, again, I understand the sentiment completely. And it was to address how we issued those points. The question was, why do you have it once in a lifetime for bull and cow bison, and then you have bighorn that is considered limited entry, and ram, bighorn is once in a lifetime. And the answer from the division's perspective is it's because of sexual dimorphism, where a cow and a bull bison are very similar, and that we felt like the harvest value is equivalent, whereas a ewe and a ram bighorn were very different, and same with a bull and a cow moose. And I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Braden, but you said yes, and there are a lot of folks that would be ecstatic at having the opportunity to harvest one of those species. And he's probably right. And there are a lot of complications that come along with that because we're already down the road, right? And so, some of the questions, what do you do with their cow moose points? Do you add those to their once in a lifetime points? What if that puts, I mean, these are things you can't do, obviously, but it gets really, really complicated because we're 10 years down that road for moose and 2 years down that road for sheep. So that's that.
Thanks for clarifying that. And I don't know our intent is to get that far into that at this time. Lindy?
Now, if I understand, the reality of this is you'd have to draw both those tags in that same year. So the only one that it's really going to affect is pronghorn.
Yeah, so that's one thing I wanted to clarify is that this change that we're proposing makes a big difference on the back end of the draw process. I can be able to do all those things that I talked to you guys about last time, and it will only affect a handful of people because, like I said, you have to draw out for the bull moose to be able to apply for the cow moose. We only offer 80 bull moose tags, so really there's only 80 people that would be allowed to apply for a cow moose, and not all those people are applying for a cow moose. So it's a small number of people that would be affected to allow them to apply for both if we did this. But it streamlines the draw process so then I can deliver those dates to you guys.
Thank you. Braden, you got a comment?
I guess my comment would be this. I understand that there's some real challenges, what to do with the points primarily. But the intent here, and I guess that's what I want to clarify. We've talked about intent a couple times. I don't know how to write this. I don't know how to fix this, but I think I can clarify the intent. The intent is, as difficult as it is to draw these once-in-a-lifetime species, and most once-in-a-lifetime species take over 20 points currently to draw. I think mountain goat may be the exception. I'm not sure where that one's at. There are a lot of people that will never have the possibility to hunt sheep in Utah and would be ecstatic to be able to hunt in the same country, the same conditions, the same mountain to hunt a ewe. And if you could make it so you had to apply for one or the other, so you would just have all sheep hunts in the draw, the rams with the ewes, and you'd use your sheep points however you felt you wanted to use them. That is what most other states do, I believe. So that is not an abnormal idea, but it does create some problems where we have points for both.
Thanks for that clarification, and that helps the board what that intent was. And I don't know if, like you say, with the problems, it would take some discussion and some time. But thank you.
I just keep going back to the guy on Brock's committee that he could care less. He's horns. He can't eat horns. I can't remember what his name is, but he's just so content with, that just hunting side of it. So I guess sometimes forget about those people that, just like to, get out in the same country and hunt the same experience, just like Braden said. So.
Okay. With that, with the division's intent, both on the orange and that, do we want a motion that will approve the remainder?
I'll second the original motion that Carl made.
Do you have that, Stacy? Okay. Any questions on that original motion?
Could he repeat that, please?
He might have to have Stacy.
Stacy will help me out. Just approve the rest of it is the motion.
And seconded again by Randy. And now I'm just asking for a vote, a simple, straightforward vote.
Will you repeat it? Because half the stuff you weren't talking in the microphone.
You are in trouble. Okay, I'm gonna call for a vote. Bryce?
Yes.
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 Motion is unanimous. Thank you. All right. Agenda item number 7.
Good morning. I can give a brief summary. What we're talking about right now are our fur bearer recommendations. Essentially, all we're asking for is an adjustment to season dates and permit recommendations for bobcat and other fur-bearing species for the 2022-2023 season. So this one's pretty straightforward. We're not recommending any changes from what we're currently doing on those species.
Thank you. From your rack tour, did you have any post-rack?
Yes, we did on the bear stuff, so I can wait till then, or we can, everybody should have gotten a letter with some tables, but essentially the changes were what we already talked about with camera use for depredation for cougar and bear. And we found some errors in the hunt tables. The overall permit numbers that were voted for on the racks didn't change. We just found that there were some hunts that were left out of those tables, and the board should have copies of those corrected tables.
All right. Well, yeah, we can do that at the appropriate time. So thank you. All right. Any questions from the board?
Yeah, Darren, I got a question. I know the intent of now, make sure I'm in the right issue. The intent of one of these was to basically end hound hunting at a certain date and begin baiting on a certain date. So we didn't have that conflict and overlap.
I think probably bear is the appropriate one. So we'll do fur bear, we'll do lion recommendations, and then we'll do bear. And I think we could probably tackle that during our bear discussion.
Okay.
Yeah, and I kind of got confused too. So this is just
this
item
is just
number
fur
7.
bear. So all we're doing is adjusting season dates for the calendar year. We're keeping our bobcat recommendation status quo, so 6 permits per individual. There is unlimited number of permits, and the season is a week shorter than baseline on the front end. So that's the recommendation that's before the board right at the moment.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Questions from the RAC? Summary from the director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On agenda item number 7, fur bear season dates and bobcat permit recommendations, we had 5 online comments. 2 of those comments strongly or somewhat agreed with the division's proposal. 1 comment strongly disagreed and 2 were neutral. The themes in that, by setting bobcat rule now, we are a year behind actual data. This does not align with the bobcat management plan. That's really the only comment that had any verbiage to it.
All right, we'll ask our RAC chairs to report on the motions. Braden?
So we had a motion to approve the recommendation as presented, but ask Darren to meet with the Trappers Association to discuss the use of processed game meat as bait. And Darren already committed to do that in the meetings, and that passed unanimously.
Thank you. Kent?
One motion out of the Southeast region to accept the division's proposal as presented, and there was actually very little discussion on it.
Thank you.
And that was the same in the Northeastern region. The motion was to accept the division's proposal as it was presented. Not a lot of discussion, but it passed unanimously.
Thank you, Brock.
The Central region had a motion to accept the division's recommendation as presented, and that passed unanimously.
Thank you, Justin.
The Northern was the same, just a motion to pass as accepted, and that passed unanimously.
Thank you. All right, we've got a couple comment cards. If you would like to comment and you don't have a card in, please bring that up to the young ladies. Cody Bassett, followed by Walter.
Hi, my name is Cody Bassett. I'm representing the Utah Trappers Association. I'm grateful for this opportunity to show support to the division with the recommendations. We're working closely with the division to help increase and to help support animals that we go after, and we want to support the recommendations that have been presented.
Thank you. Walter?
Morning, I'm Walter Zarek. I'm representing myself. As the general public, I support the division's recommendations, and thank you for taking the time.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys for taking the time to come. Do we have any clarification on the comments? All right. I think our motions from the RAC were pretty straightforward. As Braden mentioned, out of the southern region, I think that's something that you have committed to look at it.
We're planning on meeting after the Bobcat season ends, so we've already been talking about getting together.
Okay, thank you. I'd open it up for board discussion. Open it up for a motion.
I'll make a motion that we accept the fur bear and bobcat recommendations as presented.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion to approve, seconded by Wade. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, Bryce?
Yes.
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 Motion passes unanimous. Agenda item number 8.
So now we'll shift to 2022, 2023 Cougar season dates. As you know, we just recently this summer passed a 3-year Cougar cycle. And so we did permit recommendations and most of that stuff this summer. So all we're asking right now is to begin our season date beginning in July of 2022 and through the following June. So that's just under our new management strategy as far as timing on recommendations. There's a couple of, really just one change here, and that is on the South Slope, Bonanza, Diamond Mountain, Vernal, the South Slope, Yellowstone, Wasatch Mountains, and the Avinoquin Current Creek. We're recommending a restriction on dogs from May 28th through June 30th, 2023. That's in order to avoid overlap with bear baiting season on those units. And then during bear, you'll see a recommendation that kind of goes along with that as far as trying to separate those two activities out. So other than that, we're just just recommending sort of status quo with cougars. We really passed the bulk of that this summer, so we're not recommending any major changes there.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Darren, is that, those 6 units or so you just mentioned, are they the only ones that have overlap and conflict at that time, or is that?
No, and when we talk about bear, we can have law kind of explain things, but we have sort of an overarching concern with bear hunting, baiting, and hounds in the field at the same time. And so in bear, we're making a recommendation on those particular units, which sort of floated to the top as some units of concern in that region and in the state at the moment. There's sort of more general concern statewide, but we're trying to avoid, well, I'm hunting cougars and that's why I'm here with my hounds during the bear bait season. Just on those, and it's actually just 3 units, but they have long names.
So we're having problems there, so
Right.
that's why those float to the top then.
Exactly.
That's
yeah.
why, okay.
And we can get into more detail as we move through bear.
Questions from the rack chairs?
I have one. In our rack, it was discussed about some of the study areas for lions that have now closed, where we have collared lions that are about the state that are no longer being studied. Do you have an approximate number on how many that might be?
Yeah, I think it's hard to say how many still are wearing collars, because we have had kittens that are collared that the collars are no longer transmitting, and those are meant to fall off, but they sometimes don't. We probably have, outside of the sort of this central core area where we're conducting our current study, probably an additional 20 or so lions that still are wearing collars. Some are transmitting and some are not, but outside. And so in addition to that, I believe they just collared, they're going to go collar a 15th today on that core area. So this is an addition. I think they're here, so they weren't able to go do that. But so probably 20 in addition to that area.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question?
Please.
This was brought up last year and again this year, Darren, and I am trying to remember, but I don't think there was any opposition to this. So I'm just curious, so it's been brought up a couple times and we have a motion to align the cougar spot and stock season with the harvest objective season. And I don't believe that you've had any concerns with that either last year or this year. I'm just curious if there is a concern I'm not aware of.
I don't think there's a biological concern. The reason it's during the big game seasons now is to align with the legislature's language about allowing big game hunters to have a spot and stock opportunity for cougars. And this is also, remember, this is a director action for cougar spot and stock. The directors authorized this, and so we limited it to when people were hunting big game. But I don't foresee any kind of concerns as far as enforcement. Obviously, if enforcement has some concerns, jump up. But I don't, certainly no biological concern, but that would be something the director would have to do, and that would be something we could discuss.
So maybe being a little naive, so speak a little bit to what the process has been in the Southern Rack and what the recommendation has been, Braden.
Okay, so our recommendation is kind of exactly what Darren said, is to ask the director to look to align the cougar spot and stock season dates with the harvest objective season dates.
Which is year round. So it'd be July through June the following year. And essentially you could go purchase a harvest objective or a spot and stock permit and use it year round.
Okay. And so in your ask is just that with the directors, that they just look at that.
Yeah, and I guess the comment I'd make there is we look at the intent of the legislation on that to open that. This seems to fall in line with that intent. It makes things more simple. As we all know, the Cougar Proclamation may be one of the more challenging ones to read and understand. So this just seems to align things and fall under the recommendation of the legislature.
Okay. Thank you. Any other rack chair questions? Okay. All right. Summary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item number 8, Cougar recommendations and rule revisions for 2022-2023 had 9 comments. 6 comments strongly or somewhat disagreed with the division's proposal. 1 comment strongly agreed and 2 were neutral. The major themes that we did receive were multiple comments support cougar hunting in Utah with the use of dogs. 2 commenters wanted unlimited quota removed for cougars. That's it.
Thank you. No comment cards?
Yes, we do have comment cards.
All right. Matt Farnsworth, followed by Corey Huntsman.
Thank you. Matt Farnsworth, I'm representing myself on this issue. I want to talk a little bit about the season overlap. We're going to talk about that when we get to the Bears here in a little bit. I just ask that you consider pushing that back to June 1st. So the hound guys have the season up till June 1st and the bait guys and hunt after that, as it has been for the last however many years we've had a bear season. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Corey, followed by John.
Corey Huntsman, thank you guys for your service on the board, and I appreciate this opportunity to have our voice heard today. I guess I'm representing the Hound Club. I thought Matt was, but we support the division's recommendations, except we would like to see the dates remain the same on those 6 units mentioned in the northeastern region. And without trying to sound too redundant on the bear recommendation, I'd like to go over those reasons then. But I know it's only a couple days on the end of the spring bear hunt, but I just hate seeing it get chipped away over a couple bad apples. But again, I'll cover that more on the bear recommendations. Thanks.
Thanks, Corey. John?
I want to start out by giving a shout out to the DWR team that went up to Summit County, Park City limits yesterday and tranked a 2-year-old female cougar that was eating a pretty good sized buck in a residential backyard. I thought they did a terrific job, so kudos. Anyway, thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I want to be clear that I strongly oppose trophy hunting of predator species such as cougar and black bear. I strongly oppose the baiting of bears and consider this practice unsportsmanlike, unethical, and inhumane. I view the use of sweets and on occasion livestock body parts as bait as being morally despicable. I recognize that this sort of covers two agenda items, but in the interest of time, please bear with me. The use of sweets and livestock body parts undoubtedly creates a situation which increases bear-human conflict, and I think that's obvious to us. The spring bear hunt is incredibly unethical due to the number of orphan cubs that it creates. Only a handful of states still allow it. I understand that the Washington State Wildlife Commission has voted to stop the spring bear hunt this year. As you should know, baiting and hounding was stopped there 25 years ago when the voters passed I-655 in 1996. I strongly oppose the use of thermal imaging and other similar advanced and emerging imaging technology to facilitate the locating of predator species, as well as that of big game, for the purpose of hunting or trapping them. A simple poll looking at all 5 RAC regions evenly, so it overrepresented the more rural regions intentionally. A simple poll looking at all 5 RAC regions was halted at 250 respondents to review the results. And this incorporated 50 respondents from each region. So again, it overrepresented the more rural regions. The poll took place over the past 12 months. One of the questions was, do you or a family member hunt? 19% of the respondents said yes. This clearly is significantly higher than the number of folks in Utah that pay for hunting licenses. Another question was, are you in favor of trophy hunting of predator species such as cougar and black bear? 83% of the respondents said no. Another question was, are you in favor of bear baiting to facilitate the taking, attracting, or hunting of black bear? 91% said no. They were asked to rank the following in regard to their effect on deer and elk population. And in order, highest to lowest, was loss of habitat, overhunting, climate change, CWD, chronic wasting disease, and predation by cougar and bear. These results should not come as a surprise to any of us. They suggest that Utah Wildlife Board, in their wildlife management decisions, do not represent the will of the people, but rather represent the economic, recreational, and occupational interests of a small minority. It's time for this to change.
Thank you. Could you state who did the survey, or I didn't hear that at the start?
I'd be happy to discuss that with you all. Okay.
All right, thanks.
I would look forward to that opportunity.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. You know, one of the great things about this public process is there's all views, and I really appreciate that. You know, whatever a view is, we have that opportunity to have a voice, and sometimes to come in a room where you may be not the majority can be difficult, and I do appreciate that we have that opportunity with our process. So thank you. That's the last of the comments. Any clarification on the comments?
No, I think we're good.
Okay, and I think our motions were spoke for themselves. I'd open it up to board discussion.
Can I have a turn?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Brett.
Are we for the board now? Is that what you said? Okay.
Mr. Chair, we didn't go over the motions yet from the racks on this item.
Did I skip you? Sorry. I started to get so many texts with new names that I got flustered. I'm sorry.
It's all right, Mr. Chair. It's hard to be that popular. And I may have caused a confusion because as part of my question and your answer or question to me, I read one of our motions. Yes. So let me repeat that motion, and that's that we ask the director and the wildlife board to align the cougar spot and stock season dates with the harvest objective season dates, and that passed 7-2. And then another motion to accept the division's recommendations as presented.
Thank you. Kent.
Now, there was some discussion and some questions that were clarified at the time. The motion, there was only one made to accept the division's recommendations as presented, and that passed unanimously.
In the northeastern region, there was not a lot of discussion on this or debate. The motion was made to accept the division's proposal. It passed unanimously, 7-0.
The central region had a motion to accept the division's recommendation as presented, and that passed unanimously.
Justin.
In the northern region, there were two motions. The first was to allow the take of collared lions in an area where studies have been terminated, and that passed 7-5. There was a lot of heated discussion on that. Those in opposition said that we had just passed the cougar plan that protected collared lions, and then obviously those who were there thought, well, these lions were no longer part of the study and didn't feel they should be protected. So again, that passed 7-5, and then we had another motion to accept the remainder as presented, and that passed unanimously.
Thank you, Justin. With that, I'd open it up for board discussion.
Okay. I'll already make a motion to accept the thought to take these collared lions where the study is over, that we're protecting these cats. Why? So in the name of sheep herds and big game and mule deer, I make that motion.
Thank you. I'd like to ask a question to the division stance on that, or kind of where.
Yeah, we had quite a discussion this summer about this, and I think, where we have active studies, We'd like to be able to make the decision whether to protect or not protect, and where studies have ended, we don't need to keep those animals on the air, but that's obviously up to the board.
So in your motion is just where the studies have ended, is that correct?
That's what the Northern RAC voted for, and so, yeah.
Okay.
Just a question. Now, Darren, didn't we, when we protected all collared lions in the state, wasn't there a sunset
Yeah, it's 3 years.
on that? So we're just doing this.
1 year in, yeah.
We're 1 year into a 3-year protection while we do this other large study.
Correct. Yeah. So, and we're in the first year of the Central Region study on the Nebo and the Manta, or the American Fork Canyon. That's the study that's ongoing. The cache, some of the Manti, Book Cliffs, that's all been completed. The field work's completed. Now we're into analysis.
Thank you.
And Darren, did I hear that those collars, even though they might be transmitting still, we're not capturing that data, or are we
Yeah,
capturing data
we'll
on them?
continue to, as long as they work, we'll still be able to capture that location data. So to the extent we could use that to answer questions in the future, that's certainly valuable. But it's not part of a formal study anymore. That data, the data for that study has been collected on those units.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, question, Darren. So how do we know in the areas, we know where there's not a study happening, but how do we know which collars are working and which ones aren't? I mean, isn't that kind of impossible when we're in the field?
Looking at them, yeah, it would be impossible. These are all GPS. For the most part, these are GPS collars, except for kitten collars, and those typically don't stay on after the first year. They're made to fall off. So we do have some animals wearing collars that no longer function. Sometimes it's just because the collar didn't work to begin with, and that happens occasionally. We do, though, collect real-time data from the functioning collars, so we know when they're working, because that's scrubbed into our wildlife tracker database, and we're getting, for the most part, every 2 hours, we're getting locations.
So we're still getting data, even though it's not part of an official study, we're still getting data on some of this.
That's right, yeah, as long as those collars are.
I mean, I remember the discussion when we went through this before. We see a lot of value in the data coming off of these collars, but we also never wanted to prop something up as a protection, especially in these units where we've got herds that are really struggling. And so I'm perfectly fine revisiting this again. I guess my question maybe for Kyle, is this something we can take action on today? I mean, we've got the rule, looks like we've got the rule open and there's some amendments.
Kyle stepped out to another meeting, so I can try to get him on the phone real quick if that works for you guys.
Mr. Chair, I agree. When we first, I mean, it's only been four or 5 months ago, right, that we voted on this, that, I think when I initially voted on it, that it was, to preserve those, it was for the study areas. Unintentionally, there was areas that were closed, or the studies are done, and now they're no longer, needed to be protected. So I think if we would have brought this up probably before, it might have had a little change on, how we would have originally stated that, or our motion, 4 or 5 months ago.
Mr. Chair, I think if I recall right, we did discuss that some of these cats don't understand the boundaries of our units, and that they cross boundaries. And so I think if we had a little bit of discussion down that line and decided that maybe we ought to let them go for the 3-year period, even though that some of those cats are done, but let's not be killing the cats that we've just collared. So.
And I would agree with that. The sunset of this is what I think made it palatable with that. And I think we should protect them all. They don't respect the boundaries. These things wander a long ways. The information's valid. This is a grand species in Utah, and we owe it studying it. And so protecting it for 2 more years, I'm completely comfortable with.
Question, Mr. Chair, if I could. Darren, how many are we talking about? How many collars are on lions?
The total, probably about 35-ish.
And then my second question would be, what kind of problem, and then Brett could probably help with this, what kind of issues? I mean, are there really a lot of lions out there that we're not able to harvest because of this? I mean, how broad is this problem?
I can let Brett answer from his perspective. I think there is an exception for depredation. So if a collared lion is taking sheep, we'll call the producer and say, hey, we know where this lion is if you want to go take it. But for recreational hunting, that's where the restriction is. So, and then I'll defer to you, Brett, if you want to add.
The problem I see is on the cache where, we're on a predator management plan anyway. And I can't remember, Darren, what have we got there? 6 or 8 lions there, female lions raising kittens there, on top of these sheep herds, on top of this struggling deer herd. And, yeah, we can get them when they're killing sheep in July, in August, on no humidity. We don't have, it's almost impossible to get them in that time of the year. We can get them off a kill if we could get there, if we had, if that was possible. We need to open it up to get those depredating lions using the sportsmen to get them. I mean, it's unlimited tags. It's in a predator management plan, and we're struggling. They're raising kittens. This isn't just 5 or 6 or 8 lions. They have 2 or 3 kittens every year. It adds up.
One thing I didn't mention too is just for informational purposes, but there's a potential there are collared lions out there from a decade ago that are still alive wearing collars that we would have no idea about. Those would be VHF, but there are collared animals on the landscape, I guess is certainly the case.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the table.
I'll second it.
We've got a second by Wade. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, I'm going to call for a vote. Bryce?
Yes.
No.
No.
Yes.
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 Motion passes.
And Brett, just so I'm clear, those are for lions outside of the current study area, correct? That was your motion?
For the
So if
lions.
a collared lion within the Nebo American Fork study area would still have protection, or is this for everything? If it's got a collar, it's open game?
The Northern RAC voted 7-5 for the areas that are no longer in a study
Okay.
area.
That was my understanding. I just want to make sure. Okay, thanks.
That was correct. Where the studies have ended.
Just FYI, the team that's here yesterday, the big point. I'm sorry, we're unable to communicate with most Absolutely. Thank you. The team yesterday made a big point of telling the community folks that were present, tranquilizing rehabilitation efforts, that the collaring of that line meant that it would be protected for good. Okay.
Because it's in a study area, so you're right, it will be protected.
For good?
But for as long as that study.
Right, right. Well, that certainly wasn't, the qualification wasn't mentioned.
Okay.
And I think you guys are making a mistake. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. All right, we do have the remainder of to discuss.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we approve the remainder of the Cougar recommendations in the Rule R657-10 revisions for 22 and 23.
I'll second it.
And could we align the spot and stock with the harvest objective dates, recommend to the director to evaluate that?
I'll accept that as part of the motion.
Okay. All right, any discussion on the motion?
Yeah, I'd like to discuss that a little bit. I've received quite a bit of communication after our regional meeting on those units that Darren discussed up in the Northeast region, where we're doing something different with those 3 units than the rest of the state. Where we're not allowing the running with dogs during the baiting season on those particular 3 units, but we are on all the rest of the state. And so I'm not in favor of doing that. So anyways, I'll be voting no on this one for that unless we make a modification. So
And I guess I was under the impression we were going to handle dogs under bears and however that, because aren't those the same 3 units?
Yeah, I think that'll be at number 9. Is that right?
it's in the Cougar ones too.
Sorry, Paul. Yeah, they kind of go hand in hand. So if the board, maybe we could see how bear goes, and depending on how we land there, we can adjust this cougar season accordingly. Does that work for the board? In other words, right now we're trying to remove an overlap. If for some reason on bears, the board decides to go a different way, we'll adjust the cougar season accordingly. Does that work for a motion on this? Okay,
That works
thank
for
you.
me.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion. Is it clear, Stacy? Okay, and who seconded it?
I did.
Okay, seconded by Bryce. All right, I'm going to call for, by Brett. Bryce, go ahead.
Yes.
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 Motion passes unanimous. All right, one that we kept jumping to.
Yeah, so moving on to bears. I think just in the interest of time, certainly we can go back and revisit anything that the board would like to, but the biggest changes that we're recommending for bear, first of all, this would be for the next 3-year time period. The significant changes here are permit numbers, which everyone should have gotten a chart to show what those recommendations look like. Those are all aligned with the bear plan, so those are all within the parameters of the plan. Most of the discussion in the RAC centered around these 3 northeastern region units: the South Slope, Bonanza, Diamond Mountain, Vernal, which is 1 unit; the South Slope, Yellowstone, Wasatch Mountains, which is the 2nd; and Avinaquin, Current Creek. We're recommending that we split those. Currently, there's about a week-long overlap between bait hunting and bear hunting. We've had some concern expressed on those particular units from our law enforcement folks out there and from hunters in the field talking to our law enforcement folks that's a difficult situation to navigate. And so we're recommending that those seasons be changed from April 2nd through May 27th, be spring hound season. The 27th is the Friday before Memorial Day weekend, just for informational. It'll come up, I'm sure, in our discussion. And then beginning May 28th, which is the Saturday of the Memorial Day weekend, through June 26th, it would be open for bait season. So we're trying to separate those 2 activities in the field. In addition to that, on the Book Cliffs hunt structure used to have an early season that had bait and hound overlap, and then there was a hound restriction during the middle part of the season, and then it opened again for bait and hound late in the season. We're proposing that we split those 2 activities there too. So early it would be hounds, during the middle of the season it would be bait only, and then again in October it'd be hounds only. And then finally, for general fall season, which is August 8th through 27th, and then again May 3rd through the 13th, that a person be required to indicate when they apply for those permits whether they will be using hounds or whether they will be using bait to hunt bears, so that a person can't have a bear permit and use both methods. That was another law enforcement concern that we heard, that it's difficult if a guy's, you can put bait out 1 week and then run hounds on the same permit and can do that, as long as he's not starting his hounds off the bait. So that it just makes a lot of confusion in the field. So we actually tried to be somewhat surgical with these recommendations. They need to be addressed further. And we feel like the bear plan coming up would be an opportunity to really get into the weeds on this. But for the next 3-year period, we felt like it was a big enough of an issue. We'd recommend a couple of changes there. So that's kind of it in a nutshell.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
I guess we talked about conflict on those 3 units on the south slope. I mean, is the conflict coming from the baiter side or the hound side?
It's a little bit of both. We actually have someone from law enforcement. Dennis, would you mind addressing kind of what your guys are up against and some of the concerns? Thanks.
So there's typically a 7 to 9 day overlap. There's only so many roads available for houndsmen to drive to try to rig a bear. There's only so many access points for bait hunters to place bait in the field. Those tend to always overlap. And so if you put bait out early, whether houndsmen mean to or not, which most of the time they don't, bears frequent those areas where there's bait. Their dogs hit that and they chase a bear, unknowing that there's bait in the field. So whether is there conflict everywhere? I would say yes, but it's just how the structure is currently. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and so, I mean, everywhere that I've hunted bears with hounds or bait, you run this. Is there something specific about is it the amount of roads, or, I mean, why just these 3 units?
We went through a process on this, Carl. We sat down with law enforcement and just kind of got a statewide perspective as we were gearing up for recommendations. What are the issues? What are you seeing? And this whole bait overlap with hounds was kind of a general theme. But as through the discussions, these are the 3 that really rose to the top. And I think just the region just had a lot of conflict on those particular units over the last couple of years. And so in the past, we've talked about the San Juan and the LaSalle. We've had committees and we kind of worked through those. And this is sort of arising as a new area of concern. And so we decided at the end of the process that we'd recommend some changes here because it seemed like it was acute. Some of the things, it comes from both sides. It's bait hunters complaining that hounds are running through their baits. And it's hound hunters concerned that I know there's bait up here. I'm not supposed to chase off of it. But if my dogs follow a bear and they run through a bait, am I going to get a ticket? And I got to prove that I didn't intend to do it. So it's back to this intent question. And so we felt like on these units, the easiest thing to do is just separate them in time and just say you can do one or the other, but you can't do them both at the same time, and that would eliminate the problem. Maybe that's not the most elegant. That's kind of like separating your kids, but that's what we came up with. So that's the reason for the recommendation.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask, sorry, go ahead, Bryce. Just a question. I mean, this problem, this conflict's existed for a long time. I get that in these 3 units, it's probably more prevalent, but if it makes sense here, why did the group stop at going statewide?
We talked about a few other units. Really what it aligns with, Wade, is if there's a high bear density and a lot of demand to hunt, that tends to be the case. And so in the spring, it's hounds and bait hunters. In the fall, it's archery hunters and hounds. And everybody's got to share the mountain, but at a certain point, we play a referee to a certain extent. I like to come down on the side of, well, what's enforceable? And we try to make decisions there. So the answer, Boulder came up. We've talked about the LaSalle and the San Juan in the past, and we've kind of addressed those in past years and landed at a place where land managers and everybody came to a compromise. So that's why that one doesn't come up again. Book Cliffs falls into the mix because it's another high use area, and when you limit hunting one place, you tend to get some overflow. So maybe the other takeaway is that bear hunting in Utah is complex, and that's certainly a goal in the plan that I think we need to look at complexity and how we reduce that too. But for now, we try to address those units that law was saying, it would really help us out here in the basin if you could do something like this for us for the next 3-year cycle until the plan gets updated.
Bryce?
So if this does pass, then the season dates, can you clarify when the houndsmen get till June 1st?
Let me go back to make sure I give you, so it's just on those 3 units. April 2nd through May 27th, hounds.
Okay.
And then May 28th through June 26th, bait.
Okay.
And Memorial Day weekend is significant. I'm sure you'll hear some comments on that. But
Well, and that's the question I had is to try to be fair to both stakeholders at the time, because Memorial Day it's a big weekend. I mean, I got a son-in-law and daughter that love to go and bait in Idaho, but I got a lot of friends, that have dogs, like to run dogs, in Utah. And I mean, how hard would it be to say one year the houndsmen get Memorial Day weekend, the next year, the baiters? I know that, but that way,
that's an option.
everybody can have a chance of having that long Memorial Day weekend. It's kind of, fair to everybody that, they get that weekend, because it's kind of the weekend when everybody gets off that time of year.
Yeah, that's certainly, we can always adjust season dates. Probably the main reason that we recommended ending hounds before that weekend is because it's such a busy weekend. There's so many people in the field. We want to try to reduce conflict with houndsmen and hounds in camp. These are things we hear from the public in general. A lot of dogs in camp, dogs running through camps, and if that's the main reason why we did it the way we did it. But
Well, just again, I mean, I just think it's fair that the houndsmen, they get to take advantage of that Memorial weekend once in a while too. So I guess all the campers maybe can stay home that year too.
And a good opportunity with that, I think there's, a lot of thought Bryce brings up there, and maybe that's something that could come up in the committee when you discuss that.
Yeah, I think I really want to take some time with this. I think it's time to revisit bear, not just because the plan expires, but there's a lot of things kind of swirling around, and this seems like it gets more complicated every year. So.
Yeah. One thing that I would ask Darren as you put that committee together is that there are a lot of things to consider. There's been a lot of issues in the Southeast region that the last few years have been cleaned up and I think have made a lot better. And I would just ask that as we go back to committee that we don't lose what we gained to be able to clean up some of the issues with non-residents and some of the overcrowding and stuff.
No, I agree. I think, I agree with you, Kevin. We certainly don't want to go backwards.
Yeah. Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Okay, questions from RAC chairs? Okay, director summary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item number 9, Black Bear Rule amendments and recommendations for 2022. We had 12 comments. 3 of those comments strongly or somewhat agreed with the division's proposal. 5 comments strongly or somewhat disagreed, and 4 were neutral. Some of the major themes there for fall bear hunts, either totally separate bait and hound seasons, or if a person draws a fall bear permit, they should be able to hunt whichever way, bait or hounds, necessary to be successful. Current rules are confusing and creating conflicts. The waiting period for spot and stock hunters should be waived due to the hunt being difficult with very low success. We had 3 comments supporting using hounds, using dogs to hunt bear. And then a couple comments, decreasing time, houndsmen can hunt due to baiting conflicts, disregards previous agreements made at the request of the Bowmen's Association and archery hunters. I think that's in reference to a few years ago. That's it.
Thank you. Rack Chair, reports?
Yeah, we actually had quite a bit of discussion on this, and the discussion, our motion, I think, really centered on the idea that this bear committee is going to be reconvened and the bear plan is going to be done. And so the motion we came to was that we wanted to accept the division's recommendation as presented, but keep the 2021 season dates adjusting for the calendar.
Okay, and just a question with that. So that keeps the Memorial Day weekend for the houndsman. Is that correct?
I believe it overlaps is what it does.
Yes, it would.
It overlaps. Okay.
Yeah, we'd like the bear committee to make that decision.
Okay. Thank you. Camp?
Yeah, we had similar discussions in the southeast region about it. And we ended up with two motions actually. And to go with the division's recommendation on those 3 units in the northeast region that they've identified law enforcement issues, and then to go with the previous year's season dates adjusted for the calendar with all the other units, and leave it alone pending the outcome of the bear committee. And that passed unanimously. And then the second motion was to accept the remaining recommendations as presented, and that passed unanimously. And there was also requests from the RAC for the division they want to hear about any conflicts and maybe have a report back from the division on what conflicts there are with different hunt structure changes and stuff in the next year or so, and see where that goes.
Thank you. Dan?
Yes, Mr. Chair. In the northeastern region, we had some discussion. There was concern from the houndsmen about losing those 5 days at the end of their season, and just kind of that overlap and the conflicts that are around that. We've talked about that already. But the motion was as was presented, and it passed 6-1.
Thank you. Brock?
Yeah, we had a couple motions. First one is part of the recommendation, so I'm not sure why it's there, but it was to accept the changes from spot and stock to harvest objective and accept the online registration of value stations. That passed unanimously. The second one was the big one, which is similar to the southern region, and is to not approve the DWR recommendations on the season changes, keep it status quo with overlapping seasons, and let the bear committee work on this since they're meeting next year. And that passed 8-1. And then we had a motion to accept the remainder of the recommendations, and it passed unanimously.
Thank you. Justin?
Yeah, in the Northern RAC, we had a motion to accept as presented, and it passed 10-1. We had 10-1, and then someone who abstained from voting. Most of our conversation, the vote against felt like he wanted the bear committee to be able to make the decisions, and the person that abstained also felt like she was new to the RAC and didn't feel like she was familiar enough with what was going on to vote. And ultimately, that passed. The division's proposal passed unanimously, and we feel like the bear committee can help take care of a lot of the issues that were coming up.
Thank you. We'll go to comments from the audience. We'll start with Matt Farnsworth, followed by Corey Huntsman.
Thank you for your time. I'm representing the Houndsman Association on this issue. I'd just like to talk a little bit about some of the history behind this. In conversations I've had, I've heard the comment a couple times that the hound guys will fight anything just to fight. I just want to kind of clarify that and give some of the backstory that some of you may not be aware of. From the start of the spring bear hunt, houndsmen had April and May for that entire month, depending on how the calendar fell. When the bait hunt was implemented, they had the month of June. At that time, the Utah Bowmen were the voice for the bait hunters. They approached us asking if we would allow baiting 2 weeks early. We agreed that we would allow baiting 2 weeks early. No issues with that. Let's share that time. A couple of years ago, they approached us, would you guys support allowing us to hunt that 2-week overlap where we've been pre-baiting? And again, we agreed, yeah, absolutely. We have no problem letting you guys hunt. But if this becomes a problem, we don't want to be the ones that lose because we allowed you this opportunity. So I would ask on this issue, you guys, it seems like it goes in favor of with the RAC. So just keep things status quo. If there is truly an issue, let's work it out through the Bear Committee, and it's meeting next year, so it shouldn't be a major issue letting it go one more season and really get down deep and figure out how to solve this problem once and for all. The only other thing that I wanted to bring up from the houndsman side was on the Manti South unit. The spring numbers are decreasing on that unit. I think they took 4 off of that spring season. They put them onto the bait season. In that management strategy, the biologist is trying to increase male harvest. The spring season is the highest success or highest opportunity for male harvest. So we'd ask that you look at not moving those tags from the spring to the bait where it has a higher female harvest. Leave them at the spring so we can target those male bears the division's trying to. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, Matt. Corey? Followed by John. He may have left.
Corey Huntsman. I just want to echo what Matt said. I agree with everything that was mentioned. I want to point out that Labor Day weekend is a long-standing tradition for a lot of families bear hunting in that. But I also think this bait hunt's a newer hunt, and traditions have started to be made there too. I'd like to see a working group formed prior to next year and work together with all affected parties, with law enforcement and bait hunters. I think a big problem is the bait hunters don't have an assembled group. They don't have somebody to educate them, somebody to voice their opinions, and I think that'd help if they could get something put together. At very least, the committee with them involved would help. But that's what I would like to ask, is if we could keep everything status quo this year and get a working group together and figure this out.
Thank you. One thought with that, with our conservation officers here that are all here in the field a lot, maybe a request to think about who spends a lot of time in the field that could represent the baiters. That might be a good ask to ask you guys who that could be that would be on the committee. So thank you. All right. Any clarification on the comments? All right. I think that there were several discussion points that come out of our racks that I think that we need to make sure that I would ask the board that we do those justice and talk about each of those discussion points as we do so. What's that?
Can you summarize them one more time? Sorry,
Sure.
Quickly.
I was avoiding that a little because I actually had a hard time, but I will. So let me ask the RAC chairs. Raise your hand that all voted to pass a motion just as presented. Okay, the two RACs, and the southern region had an addition. What was that?
We just request to leave the season dates alone, let them overlap until the bear plan is reviewed next year, 1 year.
So you pass as presented with that addition. Okay, southeast region.
Similar to the southern, only we let the division's recommendations stand on the 3 units in the northeast region where they'd identified some issues. And we went with that recommendation, and then to leave the rest of the units' season dates alone and pending the outcome of the Bear Committee.
Yeah, thanks, Kent. And Brock?
And the central region was leave the season dates as they've been in the past and let the Bear Committee do it next year when they meet.
Okay, thank you. That was a lot easier summary coming from you, so thank you.
it's hard to sit up here and know that you've got some bad apples out there that are spoiling the whole bunch for those that aren't. And typically we try to fix things. We just make it harder on the guy that's doing it right, that's trying to follow the rules and regulations as hard as they are to follow at times to totally understand them. But with those 3 units in the Northeast region, I would like to see us go back to what we did last year and let the Bear Committee fix this. I think that's a great proposal. If we can't do that, then I'm in favor of giving the Hounds guys those Memorial Day weekend and not try to not split that up. Those guys have collared. I think they've probably collared every one of our every one of our cougars, probably most of our bears. They've spent thousands and thousands of dollars and saved the division thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars in doing that. I just think that I'd hate to see them lose that. So in my opinion, I'm in favor of letting the Bear Committee deal with this and not having everything stay status quo until the Bear Committee has a chance to look at this.
And I'll echo that. We've had my little hunting group, and I think we've baited on San Juan now 10, 11 years in a row. And I mean, do we have some conflict? We do. I mean, the houndsmen are in that area because there's bears there. The bears aren't there because we're putting bait there. We're putting bait there because there's bears there. And so we're all going to be on top of each other. We're not going to eliminate this. I support just leaving it the way that it is and let the Bear Committee look at it in a year a little more intensively.
I agree. And I think we just found somebody to represent the baiting group, guys.
Hey, that's pretty impressive. Good. Any other thoughts?
I do think something needs to be done. I mean, the way it was described, it's a very practical issue, easily solved. I do think we need to do something, whether it's today or later. I love the idea of involving the Bear Committee, but at the end of the day, we're the ones that make the decision. And so I'd love input, which we have received already. So I'm also not afraid to making that decision today. And then the Bear Committee can also come back and give us a recommendation, perhaps to change it. I mean, we're the ones who are going to make the decision. So I'm actually fine either way we go with this one, but I'd probably be in favor of actually going with the division's recommendation and the racks.
Well, I've talked to a few of the Hounds guys, and the original agreement they had with the bait guys, to let them have a little more time and stuff. And so I'd hate to see it cost them that Memorial Day weekend, since it was a give up to begin with, a compromise on their part to begin with, to allow the baiters. I'd hate to see them lose that.
Thank you.
And along that same line, at the time when that agreement or negotiation was, baiting was just hounds or archers. And to get the archers and the houndsmen to agree to something was a big deal. And so having them both on the committee again to sort this out, I think is very important.
Good. Brett?
Our neighbors up north where I spend a lot of time in Wyoming don't allow hounds. I understand because of grizzlies, and it's just baiting. And so I think this is just absolutely fantastic that we have both hunting groups working together, because I'd hate to have that same scenario play out here. So hats off to you guys, work together.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, would you entertain a motion just to see where we're at? Okay, I would move that we approve the division's recommendation as presented.
Okay. Motion by Wade. Any questions on the motion? Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, seconded by Brett. All right, we'll start down with Bryce.
No.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Okay, motion fails. 4 in favor, 2 opposed.
Make the motion that we leave the season dates the same for next year, this year, until the Bear Committee can meet and digest this issue.
I'll second that.
That's probably adjusted for the calendar year, right?
Yeah. Okay. Carl, can I have you restate that motion one more time?
Just that we leave the season dates without change, just adjusting for the calendar for this current year, allow the Bear Committee to meet and look at this issue.
Okay, and that's seconded by Randy or by
Right.
Bryce? Thank you. Okay. Any discussion on the motion? Okay,
I think it was seconded by Gary. Sorry. Was that?
Okay.
Yeah,
by
sorry.
Gary? Okay, all right, thank you. All right, well, Bryce?
Yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
And then Darren, you'll just align whatever we just did with Bears with Cougars?
Yeah, we'll fix the Cougar as well. Everything will go back to where it was before.
All right, with that, we will break for a lunch break. And we will start back up at 1 o'clock. Or we're going to turn some time over to Stacy.
Is a board hearing. It is open to the public. However, the RAC chairs are not required to stay and report. So they are free to leave if they choose to. So the board will need to be back at 1 o'clock for that time certain. And we do have lunch in the same room. So you have about 45-ish minutes before you need to be back.
Thank you. All right, we'd like to welcome everybody back for our agenda item number 10, Eskelson Orchards LLC. And I appreciate you being in attendance. We'd like to take appearance of counsel.
Kyle Maynard, Assistant Attorney General for the Division of Wildlife Resources.
Thank you.
This is Mike Bagley. I'm Assistant Attorney General representing the Wildlife Board.
Perfect. Any stipulations to be read in the record?
Yes, so the parties have 3 stipulations that I will read onto the record. First, in this matter, the gentleman to my right, Mr. Charles Lyons, was appointed as the hearing examiner pursuant to Utah Code 23-16-4, paragraph 6C. And on August 20th in 2021, he provided his recommendation to the Wildlife Board on this matter. Subsequently, in December of 2021, Mr. Lyons was offered and accepted a position as the Assistant Attorney General representing the Division of Wildlife Resources. His employment has not started and would not commence until later in 2022. Such facts create a potential conflict of interest for the purpose of this matter, and so Mr. Lyons was appropriately screened off of this case. However, the parties agree that there's a benefit to Mr. Lyons presenting his August 20th recommendation to the Wildlife Board at this board hearing and being available for questions from the Wildlife Board as it pertains to his recommendation. The second stipulation, the current designation of this proceeding is informal. That's guided by Utah Code annotated 63G4203 and Administrative Rule R657-2-16. The parties agree that for simplicity and efficiency, each party will deliver their arguments and proffer relevant statements on behalf of their witnesses. Each party will have their witnesses available either in person or virtually for the board to directly ask questions. Mr. Eskelson's son, Andrew Eskelson, will present on behalf of Eskelson Orchards during their case in chief to explain their valuation model. The division reserves the right to ask relevant questions of Mr. Eskelson after his presentation. The last stipulation, the parties agree on the interpretation of Utah Code 23-16-4-3 that subparagraph 3C sets out the methodology of determining the value of the crop that was damaged by big game, and that such calculations, the value is the amount specified in 3B little I, used in the calculating of net damages and compensation payment by the Division of Wildlife Resources under subparagraph 3B. The parties stipulate that Eskelson Orchard did not participate in any programs in fiscal year 2020-2021 that must be considered under subparagraph 3B double little I to reduce the damage compensation payment by the Division of Wildlife Resources. For explanation of that, that's referring to the depredation mitigation programs.
Thank you. The board calls hearing examiner to present.
Thank you, Board. Again, Charles Lyons. I'm an Assistant Attorney General that was appointed once this appeal process took place. So I am an independent examiner, not representing the Division of Wildlife, not representing Eskelson Orchards. I am just here to not argue either party's case, but outline what took place procedurally, factually leading up to that appeal. Thank you. And to discuss the merits of the arguments contained in the parties' filings that formed the basis of my recommendation, which was filed on August 20th, 2021. That's essentially 5 months ago, so we've had some time to review all of this. I just wanted to point out that per that stipulation, up until that point of my recommendation, which was filed after that, there may have been some supplemental filings, some amended filings, and those are filings that I did not take into consideration in this recommendation, but they are before you today at this hearing. So I was designated as the independent hearing examiner pursuant to Utah Code 23-16-4 sub 6C, the hearing examiner has the authority to accept evidence in this matter and the jurisdiction to issue this recommendation, and that is all. So this recommendation is a result of my review of the evidence submitted to me by the petitioner and the division pursuant to code and wildlife rules. So just to orient you a little background as what happened leading up to this appeal, I want to just go over a little bit of the facts just so that you're kind of aware of how this took place. So in my findings of fact that I issued to the board, in October 2020, the petitioner, Eskelson Orchards, and a group of other orchard owners met with the division to develop a big game depredation remediation plan due to crop damage that was caused by deer in the area near Perry, Utah. The depredation plan included an archery hunt from October through December of 2020. November 2020, the petitioner requested the division take immediate action to stop big game animals from damaging, further causing damage to the orchards, which continued to occur despite this depredation remediation archery hunt. So due to the ongoing crop damage, the petitioner indicated to the division that it intended to make a claim for compensation for damage caused by big game. So the petitioner provided the division a summary of the petitioner's claim for damages in the amount of $22,219, which included a chart summarizing the damage caused by the big game and evaluation model. After that, the division provided petitioner with its own damage estimation, which totaled $4,187. This was obviously much lower than what Eskelson Orchards initially proposed. And so there was some disagreement about that. And per the statute, they're allowed to, not allowed to, they're required to seek a third-party appraiser for that to try to mitigate that difference between the valuation of those crops, which they did. And so they appointed a Professor Brad Geary, who I believe was out of BYU, as a third-party appraiser, and that estimate totaled $8,603.77. Now, I think one of the issues that led to this appeal was that the third-party appraisal was available to the division and Mr. Eskelson on June 29th of 2021. And at that time, the division was requiring Mr. Eskelson to take, or Eskelson Orchards, I apologize, to either accept that third-party appraisal or to appeal. And that was the following day. So I think there was maybe some issues as far as communication about that time frame and how that would. So Eskelson Orchards just pursued to appeal that appraisal amount of $8,000 because they wanted to stick to a revised amount of $10,731 $1.41. So I was then appointed as this hearing examiner to take evidence and to make this recommendation to the board, which I did. And based on those arguments, the Eskelson Orchards requested that its valuation methodology for determining their damage to the crops be adopted by this board. And that it be compensated for $10,089 and $10,089.93 worth of damages. And petitioner argued that that proposed methodology was appropriate because it assessed the value of lost stone fruit crops. We're dealing with apricots, nectarines, and pluets. The value of the lost stone fruit crops that would have been produced, but for that damage caused by big game. However, the division argued that the proper assessed value should be based on the best estimate of actually incurred damages during that year. Future values were speculative and unreliable, and the petitioner's proposed model was using variables that were not allowed by statute, which exceeded a 1-year damage calculation time. So in my analysis of the applicable statutory sections, the most important one to me in making this recommendation is Utah Code annotated 2316.4.3C. So this requires the division's determination to be based on full replacement value in the local market of cultivated crops that actually have been or will be damaged or consumed by big game animals. Because Eskelson Orchard's model that they used for valuing the actual damages lost considered crops that will be damaged due to the big game depredation. I decided that that was more appropriate than the division's model, which only looked at the damage that was caused to the trees that year. So in my recommendation, because the petitioner's valuation methodology considered those that will be damaged versus the ones that were only damaged during that year, I recommended that this board adopt that methodology for this petition because it considers damage to those cultivated crops that will be damaged in the future because the deer coming through and eating the trees, the crop that is being produced from those trees, and my interpretation of how this plays out is the crop is the stone fruit that will be produced at a later date, not the trees themselves. And that was what my recommendation is based off of, because if the trees get damaged before those stone fruits are produced, then that crop does not yield, and that's where the damage is and the value, and you need to replace that amount. So that was my recommendation for this board and for this hearing. And now, again, that was my recommendation based on all the filings at that time and when I issued this recommendation to the board on August 20th. Since then, I understand that the parties entered into settlement negotiations. That matter was continued previously, and there were supplemental and amended filings to be considered by this board at this hearing, and I'm sure the parties will discuss those filings and those arguments therein. However, based on my involvement at that time earlier last year now, since we're in 2022, that was my recommendation based on those filings, and I did not consider anything filed after that date. And if you had any questions for me, I'm here really to just help and clarify any of this for you as far as the background, but then any advocacy for any of the arguments on either side, I would leave that to the parties.
Thank you. I'd like to turn some time over to Eskelson.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Thank you for all of the work that you've done to get us to this point. Hopefully you've been able to review some of the things that we've provided. I wanted to start just by giving a very quick overview of working on Charles's presentation. But Eskelson Orchards is a operation that's up in Perry, Utah, which is just south of Brigham City, if you know your geography. I am the owner with my wife. The property is about 17 acres. I was born and raised in Brigham City, graduated from the University of Utah, and then lost my way and went back to Washington, D.C. to go to law school, and been trying to recover ever since. My father, Richard Eskelson, purchased the property back in 1983. Frankly, he said he made a mistake because he purchased it just after we left, and he had to do all of the work. I purchased, and Dad raised peaches and apricots for 35 years on the property, on a portion of the property. I purchased the property from my father's estate in 2019, and I prepared all 17 acres. We have about 15 acres in fruit trees right now, approximately 3,000 trees. They're apricots, nectarines, plums, and pluots. And I planted all new trees. I have about 125 mature apricot trees on part of it, but it's basically newly planted as of April 2020. The property is right up against, on the east side of Perry. This is a map that shows 8991 coming down out of Logan to I-15. And so I am a mile and a half, 2 miles south of the canyon that comes out, and I'm right up against the Brigham Ogden Canal that comes out of Pineview, which is where we get our water from. The property is 17 acres. Again, it is within the Perry city limits, but right on the eastern side of the Perry city limits. And the trees now cover virtually all of the property. I've tried to plant the entire thing. I have intentions of having it be a commercial orchard. I'm in partners with a fellow by the name of Jordan Riley, who also runs about 180 acres, mostly peaches, but some apricots and other fruit. And my choice of trees was to expand his offerings and to also deliver product at various times other than the peach times so that we could have more sales going forward. So what we did was we cleared the property. We put a road across the top that we could turn around on, and then we planted the trees. The lower right-hand corner shows that where we put the trees. We also installed an irrigation system to water the entire amount of the property. I wanted to just talk for a minute about what are fruit tree characteristics. Fruit trees take about 5 to 7 years to get into commercial development. And during that time, there's very limited production off of that and virtually no sales. The first couple of years, you actually take the blossoms and the fruit off so that the tree puts its energy into growing roots and growing branches rather than growing fruit. And the trees ultimately have a 20 to 25 year productive lifespan. At the end of that, they start to tail off and you have to take them out and plant new. The trees are most vulnerable to big game damage in years 1 through 5. And I think that's an oddity of the deer behavior and the trees, but deers evidently like to have a little bit of sponginess in what it is they rub against. And so the smaller trees are the things that give them the rubbing. Deer damage trees by rubbing their antlers against the trunks, and that has that can do two things. Number one, and this picture demonstrates both of them, the first thing that they can do is they can rub the bark off, and you see on that picture how the bark is hanging on the sides. They can also snap the trees off at the bud junction. Now, I don't think that one's snapped off. That one's just eaten all the way at the top, but the bud junction is down toward the soil line, and if they rub against it, they can snap it off right there and break the tree off and kill the tree effectively. So between the rubbing, the eating, and the breaking, they can actually destroy the tree. They can also defoliate the saplings. They can take all of the foliage off, all of the leaves off, or at least off as high as they can reach and as low as they will reach. And that also interferes with the production. And they eat the ends of the branches where the buds are forming, which can limit and adversely affect your production in the following years. And even if there is minor damage that doesn't kill the tree, repeated minor damage can ultimately reduce the value of the tree. Now, for purposes of my claim, we were not making any claim for any trees that were not effectively killed. So all that I did was to the ones that were broken or that were so eaten or rubbed that they wouldn't survive and they had to be replaced. So deer depredation in the area of Box Elder County where I live is a major problem for fruit growers. You'll see some of these pictures in subsequent slides that I have up here. But it's also recognized, that's an article from the Box Elder News and Journal, it's on August the 20th of this year. about how the people on the west side of the town were actually complaining that the deer were eating their gardens and other things, and what things could be done. Well, it's even worse on commercial fruit orchards, particularly up where I am, where many of the areas there have been turned into housing, which concentrates the deer damage onto those areas where we currently have fruit orchards. And this group that Charles referred to that got together and had discussions with DWR was a group of 4 fruit growers who have approximately, I think, about 350 acres or more that we were doing. And we attempted to work with the DWR to minimize or mitigate the damage that we were suffering. We had multiple meetings with them. We had them come in and do various deer counts and hazing from the beginning of September and October all the way into March. And we now have that as a record for 2 years, showing what the deer populations look like on our properties. We all had 72-hour letters, which are the letters that one has to give to the DWR saying that we've had damage at our crops and you have 72 hours to help us take care of that. And the DWR did give us the 72-hour right to kill letters. And so we had undertaken some of those steps. But we had a special depredation remediation archery hunt that Charles referred to, where we had, and I have the report here, we had numerous hunters. I think the number was north of 25, and there was 1 deer taken. We were doing archery, and particularly on my property where it was completely cleared and little saplings were planted, there aren't a whole lot of places to hide to be able to get close enough to a deer. Second thing that happens is the deer are very smart and they're urbanized. They understand that things go quiet after sunset. And so they wait till after sunset to get into the property. And they usually try to get the heck out of there before the sun comes up, which again, the depredation hunt mandated that the hunting hours were the time when deer could be taken. So it was not very successful. We've also talked about having other hunts that would include not only the orchards, but also up to the second bench above. And there is some discussion. I believe the DWR is working on that. I hope the DWR is working on whether we can put some of those things together. We also talked about fencing, and I want to just spend a minute on this because of a recent press article that came out that had an inaccurate statement in it. Fencing, one possible way to deal with the depredation would be to fence the entire property. It's about 4,000 feet of fencing that I would need. And I had discussions with DWR about fencing. At one point, DWR, one of the wildlife officials, delivered 3 rolls of fencing. Now, this is only 4-foot-high plastic fencing that, if you know anything about deer get over 4 foot high very easily. But we talked about me buying the posts and providing the labor to be able to put the fence up. We had discussions about that, but the DWR ultimately came back and took the fencing back and indicated that because of cost provisions, DWR was not able to provide us with fencing around the property. And I certainly understand budgetary constraints, but fencing is something that we've explored. In fact, I'm now looking into planting an Osage orange hedge around the property, or also stone walls. One thing I've got lots more stones right now than I have fruit, so I can build walls. So all of these things, we attempted to do things to remediate the depredation. The damage still occurred, and we ultimately wound up making a claim. Now, Charles also referred to an initial claim, a second claim, and then a third claim, and indicated that the current proceedings involve some activities, some filings after he looked at the filings. So let me just spend 30 seconds on that. Initially, what happened is we were attempting to, my son Andrew, who you'll hear from in just a minute, is by training and by occupation a financial analyst. He analyzes things, builds models to analyze business decisions as a living. He's got, the requisite schooling and the requisite professional characteristics, including passing the Chartered Financial Analyst, which is a series of 3 tests similar to a CPA. But in doing this, I asked him to help me to be able to value what the loss of the trees were. And so we, in conjunction with Jordan Riley, developed the valuation model. The valuation model, as you hear, is based on the revenue that will be produced by the trees, but not going into perpetuity. What we basically tried to do is to value what the lost value was from the time that the tree was destroyed until another tree would come back into that same place over the useful life of that tree. So it is not trying to just take this tree and say it's never going to be replanted. We actually anticipate replanting the trees, and it's just that lost revenue in the period of time when we don't have a tree there. And the reason we don't have a tree there is once a tree gets damaged, depending on when in the year it is, you have a difficulty in getting a replacement tree. You can call a nursery. The nursery will say, great, we've already sold all of our trees for next year, so we'll put some on. And if you do it late enough, it may take you 2 years to actually get your specific tree delivered, 2 or maybe even 3 years. And then you start over from where you were when you first planted that tree. So that's what we were trying to measure, and I asked Andrew to help me on that. That was a process that was an iterative process. We initially came up with a valuation of $22,000, which is what we identified to the department. In the discussions that we had, we revised that down based on some comments that Professor Geary had and that others had, and that number was a $11,000 number. Subsequent to when Charles was involved, we did further settlement negotiations. We had meetings, we talked through the model, and we went back and revised the model. And we have come up, and Andrew can discuss those things or answer any questions about that. But the current claim that we have is the one on the board here. It's a $13,884, which is the claim that we're asking for in our, and that involves, based on the statute, the cost of the apricots, the pluots, and the nectarines, the number of trees that were killed. And to get that number, I actually did 4 separate times through the property where I walked and looked at every tree and kept notes of it and then developed that. And that's how I came up with the numbers that we have there. The difference in price is dependent on how the fruit sells. And also, if you notice the pluots, those are the ones that are most expensive. Pluot, if you don't know, is a cross between an apricot and a plum. And particularly in future years, I would recommend you buying as many as you can to taste them because they're quite tasty. But those are a crossbreed that was developed out of California. They actually have a cost and an additional fee for the intellectual property that's in that. And so they're more expensive trees to produce. The fruit is more valuable and it goes for a higher price. So that brings us to the issues that we have in the current proceeding. And really there are 2 major issues, I think. The first one is the one that Charles identified, and that is what does the Utah Code say and what does the Utah Code require in valuing these fruit tree losses? And I will say that in all of the claims that we made and all of the discussions that we had after Charles had participated, we didn't do anything that should affect his recommendation. The changes that we dealt with were in the valuation model. They were not in the way we viewed the statute, which is what he concentrated on, which was the statute and what the meaning of the statute was. So basically, what we are asking you to do is to tell us what the statute means. There's a disagreement between DWR and me, and it really focuses on 4C1. And that is, I've highlighted the words that are applicable here. The full replacement value in the local market of the cultivated crops that have been or will be damaged. Now, the whole depredation remediation process and the valuation process is based on an annual proceeding. It basically starts on July 1, goes through June 30. And it is much like your tax year, that what you do as a matter of your tax year is you look and you say, how much money did I make from January 1 to December the 31st? That's what I pay taxes on. Now, you know that there will be things that happen in subsequent years that are derived from the year that you're in, and there'll be losses or gains from previous years that you'll be carrying over into this current year. It's a similar process here. The relevant annual period is the period in which you have to have had loss. There's a second part of it, and that is what's the appropriate period of time that you look at in valuing what it is that you lost. They're two different concepts. So when we talk about full replacement value, we're talking about the full value that was lost from an event that occurred within an annual fiscal year. And it's in the local market. It's the area where I'm growing. And as Charles, I'm sure, or as Mr. Maynard will, I'm sure, address, it is dependent on what happens on how best we can decide what the value is in Perry, Utah, based on the growing process, based on the market that's in that area, based on what the trees yield, et cetera, et cetera. And it's of the cultivated crops. The point I want to make there is that I grow fruit. I don't grow trees. I happen to have to grow trees in order to get the crops, but it's a perennial. And so when I value the product, it is not really valuing the tree. It is valuing the income that is produced by that tree. That's what determines whether I think this is a good idea to do or not. It's not just to put trees on my property. It's to have revenue that derived from the sale of the product of those trees. And then it's that have been or actually or will be damaged. That goes into the fact that if you break a tree, you affect not only that single year's production, but you affect production for the rest of the time afterwards, because that tree is dead. It can't produce anymore. Until you replace it, it's an empty hole. And so that's what we are talking about here, is that it is, in order to adequately value that tree, you have to take into the crop that will be lost, not only in this year, but in subsequent years. And in fact, in the Department of Wildlife Regulations, there is a reference to this calendar period. It's Reg 657.44.5 sub 2, where it talks in terms of annual incidents of damage. That's the same concept that I've been talking about. So that's the first question. What does the statute say? The second question that you will have to ultimately come to an answer on is, what is the appropriate amount of the value that I should be paid for the loss that I suffered? And that, I think, breaks down into three smaller questions. The first one being whether the DWR's model meets the statutory requirements. And I think Charles addressed that, and we rely on the hearing examiner's finding a recommendation that he believes that our model is superior to their model, because their model is basically a replacement model, not a valuation model. I think you also have to determine the reasonableness of our valuation. If it's completely pie in the sky, then I don't think that that's an appropriate way to value it. And then the last thing is, ultimately, you're going to have to come up with a decision, a dollar number that will affect this particular claim. Now, this is a hearing where you're dealing with a bunch of things of policy and of a proceeding directly in front of you. And this is an appeal. So you're really dealing with my complaint, and you're having to interpret a statute, but you're really ultimately having to come back to what is my complaint? What is the damage that's due to me? So I would like to turn the time over, if I could, to my son, Andrew, who will talk about the valuation model. Let me go back to this one and just show. This picture here shows the tree. This is actually from earlier this year. You can see where the deer have eaten all the leaves in the middle of the tree. They can't get up any higher than they've gotten, and they don't want to go any lower than they've gotten, so they just eat that in the middle. But that's further evidence of what the deer have done. So I'm going to turn this over to Andrew and ask him to move forward. Michael, did you have anything there? Okay, can he go ahead? Or?
Paige, would you please swear Andrew in before he provides any testimony, please?
Am I on? Please state your name for the record.
Andrew Todd Eskelson.
And could you please raise your right hand? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Andrew.
Sure. Can you put the presentation back up on the screen?
That's above my pay grade.
Perfect. Thank you, whoever did that. So as my father mentioned, I'm Andrew Eskelson. I'm a chartered financial analyst, which is similar to a CPA, but I would like to think a little bit more impressive. I have spent the last decade plus as a business and investment analysis. So, just wanted to get that on the record to, establish my bona fides. Next slide, please. So I'm here to explain basically the basis for our valuation methodology and to answer any questions you might have. And for those of you that had the privilege of taking a Finance 101 course, I promise this won't be as boring or as long as that. But intrinsic value. This quote here is, the intrinsic value of an asset is determined by the cash flows you expect that asset to generate over its life. This is a quote from a New York University professor that's widely recognized as the dean of valuation. And I thought it was appropriate to include because the value of an asset is the cash flow you expect that asset to generate over its life. Assets are an investment. And this is especially true for a long-lived asset like the trees that we grow. Now, value is rarely equal to replacement costs. For example, if that were the case, no one would go into the business of farming as there would be no way to earn a living. Next slide, please. So the time value of money. This is the underpinning of a lot of financial theory and valuation theory. It's the idea that $1 today is worth more than $1 in the future because of one's ability to earn a return on today's dollar. Think of that as an interest rate on a savings account, et cetera. Essentially, it's the finance equivalent of a bird in hand is worth two in the bush. As I mentioned, it's the foundation of all financial theory, and you can use it to compare investment alternatives, value assets, and estimate returns. Next slide, please. Now, I'm sure you're all wondering, and yes, this will be on the test at the end. But all kidding aside, this is a complicated set of equations that's really just the mathematical formula for the time value of money. What I want you to take away from this slide is that there is a mathematical basis for equating $1 today, the present value, or PV on the slide, with a future dollar, or FV. So the future value of money and the present value of money, you can equate those two using this formula. Now, discounting is the name for the process by which you take a future dollar and equate it with a present dollar. This is the opposite of compounding, if you've heard that term. So I'm going to pause. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them on this, or we can hold them until the end of my presentation. But I wanted to put this mathematical theory up on the board to show that this is the basis underlying our model. It's essentially what drives our model at the base level. Now, I can explain all of the different letters on there and the terms that they mean, but the key takeaway, as I mentioned, is that this is the mathematical basis for equating future value with present value. And using that to differentiate between returns. Are there any questions on this?
Don't see any. Go ahead.
Perfect. So next slide, please. So why this matters for our particular case is that the tree is not the crop. As my father mentioned, we grow fruit to sell, not the trees. In our orchard, trees are the means of production, not the crop. So the value of our trees is the sum of the future net cash flows they generate, discounted back to the present value. Net cash flows in this case are revenue from the sale of fruit minus the expenses incurred to generate those sales. When a deer damages or destroys a tree, they are impacting not only production in this year, but production in future years. A replacement tree takes time to reach maturity, and when a tree is damaged, that maturation process is restarted. Our model, as my father mentioned, estimates a dollar value for that interruption, and I'll show you how shortly. Next slide. So discounted cash flow analysis, yet another complicated set of equations here. This is the method through which our model estimates the dollar value. So it uses discounting, which I mentioned is the process by which you take a future dollar and equate it with the dollar today. And discounted cash flow analysis is the underpinning of all valuation, and it's the basis for our model. It's used to estimate the value of an investment based on its expected future cash flows using your required rate of return on that investment as the discount rate. So that CF sub 1 is a cash flow in year 1, CF sub 2 is a cash flow in year 2, etc. And then it is discounted back using your required rate of return to a present value. That's all that complicated looking formula says there, is you take cash flows in future years and equate them to what they would be worth today, assuming that required rate of return. Next slide. So the background on our model and sort of the input. This is the essentially 3 steps we use to create our model. You first create the model, then you get the best available data to use as the inputs to run through your model, and then you use that model to calculate the value and assess whether or not that makes sense and make tweaks as needed if it doesn't make sense. So how do we create our model? In my job, I do a lot of Googling, and I do a lot of research over the internet. So next slide, please. What I found was a existing model that calculates the value of a tree from the University of California, Davis, which is the number 5 ranked agricultural college in the U.S. according to the U.S. News and World. So this was sort of the scaffolding for the model that we built. We took this as the starting point and adjusted it to make it a little bit more appropriate to reflect our specific region and specific orchard. The next step, next slide, was to obtain the requisite inputs, the best possible inputs to calculate the value for our orchard in our region. I mentioned that I'm pretty good at Googling things. And so I found a 2016 study from the the Utah State University that's titled Northern Utah Conventional Peach Orchard Costs and Returns 20 Acres. So this is exactly what it sounds like. It's a study that examines and estimates the costs and returns for a hypothetical 20-acre farm in northern Utah. Now, this is pretty comparable to our operation with a few minor differences that we attempted to adjust for in our model, with full transparency and an ongoing dialogue with DWR. So we were making adjustments and talking with DWR as to what adjustments we made and why we made them. Any inputs that were not sourced from this study came from actual sales receipts and the experience of our partner, Jordan Riley, who grows peaches, cherries, and a variety of other fruit on 180 acres near our property. So we think they're pretty comparable to what we should expect for our orchard moving forward. Next slide, please. So the value calculation and the model output. Now, this is the fun part. So after we put in the best data we could find and ran it through our model to calculate value, what our model does is it calculates the present value of fruit lost from the damaged tree and subtracts from that the present value of fruit from the replacement tree that we use to obviously replace the damaged tree. The sum of those two numbers is the value of the damaged tree. So just to put a finer point on a point that my father made, our model doesn't assume that the value of the tree grows fruit into perpetuity. After the replacement tree reaches maturity, the value of the old tree and the replacement tree essentially net out to zero. So as I mentioned, what our model does is estimates the dollar value of the interruption due to the damage from the deer. So I'm going to very briefly and at a very high level walk through the model that we created. I will keep it high level. And then I'm happy to go into more detail as needed if there are questions. I just unfortunately can't see the room since my flight out there got canceled. So give me 1 second to have this show up on the screen. Now, I can't see, all I see is the old presentation, but is the model up on the screen? It appears
Yes.
so. Okay. So very quickly, anything that is shaded gray and with blue font is an input. So there's a number of inputs here. What we did was this is the quantity of the trees. This is the weighted average selling price based on actual sales receipts from Jordan for each of the two different, each of the three different fruit varieties that we have. And then these are some of the inputs that were, these are from the National Agricultural Statistics Survey. So these are verifiable inputs from a recognized statistics survey. All of these are the expenses that we have that are estimated for a orchard of our size, and you put all of these together, and it spits out sort of this value here. So how does it do that? This section here calculates what would have been the income that would have been realized from a tree had it not been destroyed. This section here calculates, excuse me, let me highlight the pertinent section. This section here calculates the income from that replacement tree. And then this line here nets those two numbers together. So as you can see, there are 20 years projected, but given that trees take 5 to 7 years to reach full commercial production, the only numbers that get spit out of this model are the years here where the replacement tree is still maturing and the old tree, where the old tree would have been at full commercial production and the replacement tree is still reaching full commercial production. So it doesn't calculate the value out to 20 years. It is set up to be able to do that if you get a older tree that is damaged. For example, I can change here the year of the tree that is damaged to make it 5 years, and the model updates to appropriately reflect that, and the values reflect that. So changing it back to the appropriate age for our particular orchard, that's essentially what it is it takes the present value here, it nets out the cash flows, and then this cell here, which is just the Excel version of the present value formula that I put up on the screen, calculates the present value of these net cash flows and assigns a dollar value to that interruption. The rest of the numbers on the screen that are very complicated looking, anything that's blue is an input, anything that's black is a formula derived from those inputs. They go into this particular calculation and spit out this number. That's essentially it. That's how we came up with our model. That's how it works at a very high level. Happy to dive in further, but I'm going to pause and let anyone ask questions, and I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
Any questions? I have a question. And
sure.
Andrew, just tell me, I can't read your screen very well. So from a dead tree to a fully mature tree, how many years are you estimating?
So the production kind of ramps here. If you can, let me share my screen again because it's easier with data. But it's essentially 6 years for a tree to reach full commercial production. So if it's 5 to 7 years, we kind of split the baby and did 6 years. That's generally the methodology that people take when given a range. Is you take the midpoint, which ends up being a pretty good estimator. So. And
then the life of the tree, did I hear 20? Is what you used?
We projected out the useful life for 20 years, but the model doesn't necessarily calculate 20 years of cash flows because it nets out the difference in production from the damaged tree and the replacement tree. So essentially, depending on the age, it basically, the maximum amount that it will calculate is about 6 years.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah. I was looking at the charts that your father was showing us, and how old were the trees that were damaged? Most of them look like 1, maybe a year and a half old. Were any of them mature trees? Were any of them anywhere near maturity, or were they all just little ones?
No, they're little ones.
So literally, you lost a year of tree.
No, literally
calculating.
Literally, I lost a year-old tree that will take me 2 to 3 years to replant. And then it starts off as a year-old tree again. So I lose at least 3 to 4 years of production. That's what ultimately happens, discounted back to the present value.
Okay, they just looked like a lot of really little trees.
They are little trees, but little trees grow into big trees that produce fruit. And what happens, I mean, think of it this way. I plant a tree in 2022, it gets destroyed, and I don't get another tree planted until 2024 or 2025. That means that I don't start getting any fruit off of that tree. In 22, I would have started in let's say 2028. Now, since it's now gone to 2024 or 25, I don't start seeing that until 3 or 4 years later than that. Meanwhile, I had fruit on each of those trees that are now gone that I could be selling, that I didn't. And so I take what that collective value would be for that 4-year period, and I discount that back to the present value to tell me what it was that I lost.
And the reason you can't get a tree planted the next year is because they're not available?
They're not available. I mean, the orchards in California, which is where we get ours, will take your order, but if you don't get your order in by February or March of the year, you won't get it until, if you do it by then, you may get it in the next year or the following year. So for instance, we ordered trees last year in March that I'll have delivered this year. But any tree that gets destroyed after February, I won't see for at least 2 years and probably more likely 3.
Okay.
And let me just say, the reason is they actually have to plant the trees onto rootstock in order for the tree to develop, because fruit trees are grafted onto rootstock. And so that's what takes the time.
So would it be a good idea to anticipate some loss, whether it be from big game or other things, and just order some trees that you might not need, just in case you had some loss?
Well, you can't really keep trees on the shelf. I mean, trees are living things. They've got to be planted. We actually did that, and we had extra trees, so we healed them in. It was called, and Jordan could actually talk about this further if we needed to get more technical expertise on it. But basically, you then have the trauma. You've planted that. You've taken the tree and you've pulled it up from when it was produced at the orchards to deliver to your orchards. You planted it again, and then you have to dig it up again and replant it. So you have three incidents of trauma to that tree, and it's difficult to have those last through multiple transplantings like that. So people don't do it just because it's not successful. It's not that you can just take and pull these things off the shelf and put them in where they are.
I guess I got a question. So when did the loss occur? Was it in 19 or was it in 20?
It was in 20. Excuse me, it was in 20 to 21. So July 1st of 2020, I planted in April of 2020. So my trees were planted, and from July 1st of 2020 through June the 30th of 2021, that's when the damage occurred.
Okay. And how many of these 260 trees have been replanted?
Probably something like 150, because I couldn't get the other trees, or and the other thing is that the department has indicated to me now, what I did was to pull the trees up and save the trees so that we could show them the damage, et cetera. And they've indicated what they would rather is that we have the trees still stand where they were in order for them to evaluate the damage. So again, that's going to add to the delay of replanting these things. So you have to figure there's going to be at least a 2-year period before you can get them replanted, and maybe more if you can't get them from the orchards, from the nurseries.
Of those 150 that are planted, can you give us some of that kind of idea? Were they the apricot trees or the plum trees or the?
Unfortunately, deer seem to like the most expensive tree on my property, the pluots. And so there was a lot of damage done to the pluot. You can see, I mean, the numbers are there, but as a percentage, I lost more of the pluots than I did of anything else.
I'm just curious which ones we're waiting on planting now, whether they were the nectarines or the pluot or the apricot, rather.
The ones that I've replanted all of them, but we've had more pluots to attempt to replant. You'll see that there were 141 apricot trees that were destroyed, but I have lots of apricot trees. That's my biggest group of trees. Probably about half of the 3,000 that I planted were apricots, a little bit more. And then the pluots was 88 and the nectarines were 31. So, but as a percentage, my pluots took it the hardest.
So with that, we'd like to ask Mr. Eskilsson to make any final comments, and then we will go to Kyle.
Okay. What can you put the presentation back up? Andrew was going to conclude with this. All models are wrong, but some are useful. That's the nature of modeling. You can't always get it right because you're trying to predict the future, and the future will always deviate from the model. But what the models do allow you to do is to anticipate how it is you're going to allocate your money and how you're going to continue. So couple of very short items about what are the unique features here. One, the statute requires the annual loss accounting, but damages are calculated by future losses in additional years. So it's a difference again between when the damage occurred, which has to be within the annual year, and how you value things, which has to take in on a perennial crop, has to take in years beyond the current year. Secondly, the trees are a means of production, but the fruit's the revenue. And that's different than in annual production, which you would see in other claims like this. An alfalfa field, for instance, comes up every year and you can value the crop every year. In fact, alfalfa, you might be able to value it multiple times during the course of the year because you have up to 4 crops. In fruit trees, there's a huge upfront investment and a delayed receipt of commercial value. Not until year 6, 7 do I start getting a return, and I don't break even until 10 or 12, or if ever, depending on how my farming goes. Trees are most vulnerable to loss in their early years, and there aren't a lot of people who are growing apricots, nectarines, plums, and pluots here in Utah or anywhere else. And so the amount of comparable information is difficult to find. Specifically, pushing the wrong button. There are also policy issues that you guys have to make decisions on, that the board has to make decisions on, and that is there is a cost shifting from the DWR to fruit growers for the deer populations. Everybody agrees deer populations are a good thing. I love having the deer on my property. I would love them a little bit more if they ate a little bit less. I also have seen elk on my property, and we had a moose on my property. That's terrific. I want that. I recognize there's going to be losses, but there is a process by which we can participate that in the sharing. As I keep the land open for the deer to enjoy and the deer to support deer, that there is a cost to that the public enjoys the benefits of, that we're looking to get reimbursed. And if you make it that it is unprofitable for us to be farmers, we will put it in houses. And I've had a number of people approach me for that, and I don't want to do that.
Mr. Eskelson, I'm going to object to some of these points as I don't know how they pertain to this current depredation compensation claim.
Fair enough, but I think that they point out that the comments of what the board has to do is to make policy decisions in interpreting the statute. And so I'm merely trying to list them. So that's, I mean, you've seen the points. There are policy issues that I realize you're having to deal with, even in evaluating my claim. And lastly, I just want to outline exactly what it is I'm asking for. First, we believe that the statute requires the consideration of future loss in an evaluation. We believe that's what the recommendation of the hearing officer was. We are asking the board to find that. Number two, we're asking the board to find that the damaged tree is not the crop. The crop is in the fruit production from the tree, and that's how you should be valuing it. Now, you can say that you're valuing the tree, but in order to do that, you have to value what the future profitability would be from that. The failure by the DWR to include any future loss should invalidate the DWR model. It's not in accordance with the statute. That was a recommendation of the hearing officer. Therefore, we think it should not be considered. We believe that the Eskelson Orchard is a reasonable way of valuing it, warts and all. And lastly, we're asking for damages of that number, $13,884.72. And with that, I appreciate your time. I'll answer any questions at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you. Of that, turn the time over to Kyle.
And if I may just ask a few clarifying questions, Mr. Eskelson. First, just for my own clarification, as I go into my side of this case in chief, your operation is relatively young. Do you have any mature producing trees at this moment?
Yes, I have about 125 apricot trees.
How old are those trees?
They're going on 30 years.
Okay, so they're past their peak production.
They're past their peak production, but they still are producing.
Did you have any numbers from those trees and their production that factored into this model?
No.
Okay. If the goal of this model is to obtain 20 years of usefulness of this tree, and the useful life of a tree is 20 to 25 years, hypothetically, if you replanted your trees in year 2 or 3 of your current tree crop and ran out your orchard for 25 years, would you not obtain the lost value of those trees over the 25 years? All the trees would have obtained 20 years of usefulness.
When you factor in the time value of money, probably not. Because remember, $1 now is worth more than $1 later. And so therefore, I would be earning it earlier, and that's in fact what we've tried to do, is to demonstrate that we lost the production in the middle of that period, and we're getting it now.
Yeah, I might need to have I'm not an economics expert, and I probably should sign up for one of those courses, because I guess with inflation and I assume cost increases, if you made $13, $20, $25 down the road on a bushel of crops, that money would be of more value then than it would be now. Or are you saying that having cash now in hand would actually have a greater value in the future?
Having cash now is always a good thing, particularly because who knows what happens in the future, whether I can last the cash outflow long enough to be able to be in business in years 27 through 30.
Okay. But the aside of current future value of money, you in theory could make back 20 years of productivity if you ran your tree crop out 25 years.
I will be making more revenue, absolutely. Where exactly do I come out in the same place? I would say no, I probably don't, because again, cash value of money and having cash in the beginning part is better, because you never know what happens in the end.
Okay, thank you. Does the board have any last questions for Mr. Eskelson before I launch into my case?
I see none.
Perfect. Well, I just also want to reiterate a thank you that this has been a complicated and novel topic. And so I appreciate all of your time and attention on this and for hearing us today. As Mr. Eskelson explained, he received damage to his whip stone fruit trees caused by big game. Whips are the slender, unbranched trees. Eskelson Orchard planted their whips in early 2020 and were damaged and removed during the fiscal year of 2020-2021. Now, the Division of Wildlife is still engaged in an ongoing conversation with Mr. Eskelson on how to mitigate his big game damage. However, what we're asking you today is to decide what's an appropriate and reasonable amount for his compensation. Now, in a nutshell, what the division is presenting today is one, that
That's what I have. I can
the dispute here is between the value of what Mr. Eskelson lost, be it the whip that was damaged or the fruit that it would later produce. I will first discuss the definition of a cultivated crop, and then I will move on to the division's position on whether the statute requires consideration of future damages. And then finally, I will walk through some of the division's concerns regarding the model and why we feel like this model is not an accurate representation of Mr. Eskelson's damages. So, and at any moment, please stop me, ask questions. I also have Professor Brad Geary is available online. He was the third-party mediator. If you have any questions for him. Chad Wilson, who is the depredation coordinator, is here in the audience, as well as Heather Bernalis, who reviewed the model. She has a bit more of a technical eye for Excel than I do. So first, in a given scenario, the division is faced with evaluating what is visibly damaged. We show up to someone's farm, we have to see what's been done and figure out what is the best way to compensate them. Now, the statute requires that a compensation for a crop from or on cleared or planted land, and that the crop or the crop residue that have forage value for livestock. Now, unfortunately, our statute does not define what a crop is. I went to the agricultural code to try to get some clarity on this, and the Department of Ag defines crop as any product of cultivation. Cultivation essentially means to grow. Now, this is a difficult situation. Normally, as Mr. Eskelson said, we show up to someone's property, and there's a direct correlation between what was damaged and what is being sold. You show up to an alfalfa field, there's an annual crop, you see what's damaged, they're not going to be able to sell that. Now, this situation admittedly is different. In order to make Mr. Eskelson whole for what was damaged, the division considered the damaged whips as the crop and the thing that was cultivated on cleared and planted land. Now, if fruit were the crop, our depredation claims would become far more theoretical, because these trees have never produced fruit and will not produce fruit for years. And you cannot say to any degree of certainty if a specific tree or a number of trees are going to produce fruit, much less the amount of fruit that they're going to produce. And that's what this model attempts to do. Now, with that in mind, the division considers the tree to be the crop. It's the thing that you fed, it's the thing that you water, and as you treat it well, it grows fruit that you will sell. With that in mind, the division then moved on to what it considers in its depredations claim, which is 23-16-4. Now, in the hearing examiner's recommendation, he felt that the statute requires consideration of future damages. The division respectfully disagrees with that claim. The division has always handled its claims on an annual basis, and I have 4 items that we base that consideration on. The first is consideration of the landowner depredation programs that are outlined in 23-16-4 3B2. And Paul, if you don't mind, this might be a good opportunity to throw that statute up on the board just so for my own help and everyone else's. So you can see there, if you can see the 3B and the big A, B, and C, those are our mitigation programs that we'll sit down with a landowner at the beginning of the fiscal year, oftentimes in May and June before the fiscal year starts. And we'll set up a mitigation plan and we'll outline what strategies we can approach for that coming year to mitigate their damage. And those things have value. The best example are mitigation vouchers. Now, those mitigation vouchers assume a certain amount of damage for the landowner for what will be damaged. So this is how we've approached all of our claims with that in mind. So moving on, if you look down at subparagraph 4, starting with notwithstanding section 63J1504, this states that the total amount of compensation that may be provided by the division pursuant to this section and the total cost of fencing materials provided by the division to prevent crop damage may not exceed the legislative appropriation for fencing material and compensation for damaged crops, fences, and irrigation equipment. Now, that section then, below that, same section, goes on to outline damage claims within a fiscal year. And that tells me 2 things. First, the division is tasked with administering these claims with limited funds from the legislature that is passed on an annual basis. And the second is that section 4 defines what is being calculated above in section 3, as we stipulated to. And that this section 4 restricts us to claims within a fiscal year within that legislative fund. Now, tie that in further, there are these rules of statutory construction. The first one being that statutes are internally consistent. So if section 4 is saying, hey, we're tied to a fiscal year, that should also apply to section 3. The Wildlife Board has said so much in R657-44, which explicitly limits our damage incident periods to a fiscal year. Now, as this conversation's gone on, we've gone back and forth trying to find what the right way to proceed forward is. I've tried to find some clarity in case law, and it's not been the easiest road. But there is some Utah case law pertaining to damage to trees. One particular case from 1967 from the Utah Supreme Court specifically talks about evidence that was delivered to the jury and the jury instruction, and it did involve consideration of profits and whatever factors mitigate that, like blight, frost, variations in market. But one thing that is of note that I found really interesting from the court in this decision says that we are entirely in accord with the idea that the value could not properly be arrived at simply by calculation based on anticipated profits from the production of fruit. Now, the reason for this is that there are so many uncertain factors involved in making of profits that this would not be a sound foundation to calculate value. And that's been the division's pause on this from the start. I understand what is being sought. It's just the speculative nature of what is being sought. Now, again, admittedly, the court did allow the admission of this information along with other factors like the consideration of frost and blight market variations. Now, the main takeaway from these cases, and has occurred later in case law, is Utah adopts a model of what is reasonable and fair for damages and actual loss. Now, that doesn't help us well here in considering what is of value, but I always come back to that word, actual loss. And that's what the division is tasked with doing. We show up to a farm or an orchard or a property, and we have to figure out what is lost. And if you start making this process so tenuous and complicated, it becomes very difficult for the division to react and fairly compensate people in a reasonable amount of time. And that takes me to the model. And Paul, if you could try to pull that up, I know it doesn't fit the screen the best. Now, as you saw in Mr. Eskilson's filings, he submitted his original recommendation along with the ask from that model. And something that's come up often are these values on the left-hand side of the screen. Now, me being a legal mind, unfortunately, I look at this and I wonder, I need to know, this model doesn't speak for itself. I want to know what this expense is. I see total cost of water, I see irrigation pump costs, marketing costs, labor costs. I want to see where those numbers actually came from. And unfortunately, I think this is more of a factor of the youth of Mr. Eskilson's operation. That most of these expenses are taken from the USU Extension Service. The labor costs are derived from the federal minimum wage. The marketing cost, the reason this raises concern for me is the marketing cost is a good example of something fluctuated by $1,200 as this conversation's proceeded. And so tying those expenses to an actual tangible receipt or bill or something would go a long way to verifying what these numbers are. And what these numbers do in this model is they actually drive the price of the tree down because it's counted against the expenses. So if you left the price of marketing $1,200 higher, it would correlate over 20 years and drop the price of that tree. So when you use a federal minimum wage instead of what your actual employment costs are, that has a direct impact on those values. Now, the second thing I want to look at, and I'm going to pick on price per bushel here for a little bit. That's over there in column O. So this number is actually based on a spreadsheet provided by Mr. Eskilson from, I believe, Jordan Riley, their partner, and his orchard. Now, again, this is another example of I would just like to see more verification of these prices. And the reason I have concern on these prices is that I compared them to the National Agricultural Statistics Service, the same source that the yields are derived from. It's from the Department of Ag. And when I looked at them, and I provided these numbers in the February 2020 crop value document that I provided, I was able to convert this price per ton for these acres, and basically the bushels amount to twice the value of what's the national average. So here in this model is $48 per bushel for apricots. Oh, I'm sorry, $59 per bushel. I got that value down to, let me pull this out for you, $26. That's the national average for apricot yields. And this brings up a problem that correlates also to yields. And first, let me say this. These numbers, when you're looking at the National Agricultural Statistics Service, they have a problem is that Utah is not often represented. Part of that problem is the limitation on acreage in the state, and then those producers that report to the State Department of Agriculture and who also reports to the Federal Department of Agriculture. So Utah doesn't show up. So these numbers are often reflective of other states, mostly California and Washington. Now, when I look at those acreage numbers in comparison of farms, it's probably a 10-to-1 ratio. And I'll get to that more in a second when I look at the yields. But going back, using the new numbers I found for the weighted average, Paul, and this won't mess up any equations, but in that, is it 9, where that 5932 is? So before we change that, the value in the lost tree value is $36.19. Paul, if you type in $26.52, yep, $26.52. Now, I can't see because of the line on the screen, but that should be $16.71. Is that right? That's half. Now, that tells me two things. First, if I apply these numbers in the same fashion and for all of these, the ask for Mr. Eskelson using this model goes down to $5,479.99. Now, that tells me two things. First, the division's estimate was not unreasonable, while also requiring far less input information for a grower. The second thing it says is that these values fluctuated that much despite the fact that the yield values, which I'll get to next, are still overly inflated. So when you go over to, let me get the column. Paul, if you can go over to AA. Go ahead and undo, if you don't mind. Perfect. So for this model, Mr. Eskelson used a 5-year average, which was meant to capture the 5-year fluctuation in a tree. There's a life cycle of a tree where it has peak production and it drops down and builds back up again. Now, the 5-year average here is supposed to capture that. And these numbers are not based on Utah numbers. They're based almost exclusively on Washington and California. So the first problem there, when you finally do get data from Utah, which was in 2015, that number is 0.06. The same year compared to California, which was 3.7, that's 60 times less than the production in California. These numbers are more in line with that California number and Washington number. And what we're looking at for 2020 was one of the worst droughts in the state's history, on top of not producing at the same rate as California. So I have questions as far as the reliability of those numbers. Now, going back to the way that you use these 5-year averages, if it's meant to capture the life cycle of a tree, this idea fails. Because at any given moment in the entire state of California and Washington, a tree may be producing at its highest average and also another one at its lowest average. So you're not actually capturing an accurate fluctuation of an individual tree. So you can't take that number and plug it in down below and say, this is what this tree is going to produce. Because that tree is going to fluctuate. It might die. It's going to produce at a lower rate because we're in a different climate. So think about this. If we replace a tree based on this model, and in year 2, that tree dies again, so that's halfway through the period of time that we're compensating for. So say we're giving $36, we're 2 years in, we have to replace it again. If we use the same model, we're paying for 3 years of that we've already compensated. We're overlapping these compensation periods. And how are we supposed to keep track of what tree has been lost and what's being used? Now, I understand the intent and the idea behind the model, but I think this one is so tenuous and unreliable and speculative that I find a hard time saying that this is an accurate estimation of what was actually damaged. Now, in contrast, the division's estimation is based on an actual receipt. Mr. Eskelson provided us with a receipt of what it costs to get his new trees. And we provided, along with what's required in statute, the shipping costs, the storage costs, and replanting. Now, admittedly, the replanting costs are low because these are whips. They're one-year-old twigs, and just pop them in the ground. And unfortunately, there was no damage to irrigation. But the division's estimation, in our opinion, aligns with what is required in statute, which is damage limitations to a single fiscal year, and something that is tangible that we can evaluate and say, yes, this is what you lost, and this is what you can produce. And as I just tried to illustrate earlier, as far as the lost 20 years of production of a tree, if the lifetime of the tree is 25 years and you can still obtain that 25 years for your entire orchard by going 25 years, then I don't see how this model, you're complicating this model in our compensation program by requiring money now instead of letting this person produce their crop. I think what part of the concern here is that this becomes more of a crop insurance than making someone whole for what they lost. Now, the division has taken a lot of time reviewing this claim and this model. Ultimately, the idea is that the statute requires future damages is unfounded in light of the sections involving the mitigation methods, which are set prior to the year for the fiscal year and assume that there will be damage. It's also unfounded in light of the rest of the statute, which seems to all be held to this fiscal year idea. And this is how we've treated all of our depredation claims. This is fair for how we treat everyone across the state. Now, as that court said, I think this model, anticipating future profits, is a poor foundation to rely on for a claim. And I have concerns, as I've stated, about the reliability of some of the information that's been provided. Now, what the division did do, and as I've stated, they've took what the damages they saw, they provided a claim for compensation for $4,187.61. Now, so in light of our interpretation of the statute and our concerns regarding this model, I respectfully ask the Wildlife Board to rule in our favor that the statute is limited to a single fiscal year. Now, regardless of your interpretation of the statute, this model is too speculative to be an accurate recitation of what was damaged. Thank you.
Thank you. We'd like to turn some time over to Mr. Eskelson for final comments.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Maynard is not a witness, so I'm not going to cross-examine him, but I'll attempt to deal with some of the points that he raised. The first point that I would raise is the statute requires, the language of the statute is that you get full replacement value. What Mr. Maynard talked about when he talked about the benefits of his model, and I'll use that in parentheses or in quotation marks, is he referred to actual cost. Cost is not value. What he's basically arguing for and what the department has evidently done from the beginning is to reimburse cost, is to pay you the cost. Cost is not value. If it was, I wouldn't be doing this, because if I don't get any value out of my efforts during the course of a year, I'm not going to invest my time in that. So when he says that they have a model, the model is basically to reimburse cost, but the statute says it's replacement value. The second thing that I will just point out is in the case that Mr. Maynard talks about, and he actually quotes from a paragraph where the Supreme Court said, talking about, I'm trying to find your, oh, yeah, he quoted the language, he actually read the language. The reason for this, and that is, we're not entirely in accord with the idea that the value could not be properly arrived at simply by calculations based on anticipated profits. The reason for this is that there are so many uncertain factors involved in the making of profits that this is not a sound foundation. The court, one paragraph later, goes and talks about how there was testimony from two witnesses who were both had graduate degrees in horticulture, had taught at the subject at university, that operated substantial fruit farms and inspected the fruit orchards after the fire. And they go on to say that by giving that testimony and taking into account all of the possible things like pestilence, like water problems, et cetera, that the plaintiff in this, or I think it was the plaintiff in this case, had met their burden of proof, and that actually the valuation model that he used was an accurate one. So the Utah Supreme Court has said that if you have a reasonable valuation and a reasonable cost that takes these things into account, that's a valid way to go forward. It's rather than saying that it is not, it actually supports exactly what we did. The last thing that I'd like to do, if I could, is to just ask my son Andrew to deal with a couple of the issues about yield prices and particularly about the use of the averages from places outside of Utah. And as I put up in the last slide before I summarized, models are never right, but they're often useful. And so the best that we can do is to try to come up with a reasonable valuation that provides as much information as we can in helping us to value it. And Mr. Maynard is right. If the tree gets subsequently damaged in the second year and I lose it again, then I plant another one and I move forward on that. But to say that I get double counted on that is not an accurate statement, because the tree that I lost had the value that was given because it was interrupted. If I plant another one, I still have an interruption. I still have, again, another 2-year interruption. So the valuation that I'm given is actually an accurate projection of what the value of that tree would be. It's not a double count. But Andrew, if you would just take a minute and very short to just deal with a couple of the things about the averages and the yields and other things. Go ahead.
Sure. So our first rebuttal, I guess you could call it, regarding the yields within our model. I'm going to share my screen here in 1 second and point to the assumed yields per tree in our model. And the point that was made that you can't say with certainty that a tree will produce fruit. That's absolutely correct. And we account for that in a variety of ways. So one moment while I share my screen, it should be popping up shortly. Will you let me know when that shows up, please?
It's up. Go ahead.
Perfect. So as I mentioned, here are the yields from the National Agricultural Statistics Survey. I've highlighted them. You can't see them. First and foremost, right, this is for apricots. The model is set to apricots. If you look here in the highlighted section, this is bushels of fruit per tree. And we are assuming that even at full production, based on the National Agricultural Statistics Survey, you're producing 0.72 bushels per tree. If I put that apricot yield per tree in Utah, the top hit from 4.99 million results is 3 to 4 bushels per tree. That is also from the Utah State University Extension. So the point that I would make there is that even if we are using national averages from the National Agricultural Statistics Survey that don't contain Utah in there, The point being that 0.72 bushels of fruit per tree, we think sufficiently understates the actual production one could expect from a tree on a go-forward basis. If even with a very wide margin of safety, we think that the yields should be higher for the production that we have. The second point that I would make there is that there is no context for those National Agricultural Statistics Survey particular numbers that he cited. There's no data on the spacing of the trees, how many trees are in an orchard, how they're cared for, the value, the amount of water that they get, etc. They could be in a orchard that has significantly more trees in it that are packed more tightly together and therefore have less nutrients available to them and should, in theory, be less productive than our particular orchard setup, which has a smaller number of trees in it compared to most of your larger commercial products. We have set up our orchard to compete on quality, not on quantity, and so we are focused on growing and selling the best possible fruit. So the lack of the appropriate context in that data is something that I think that should be brought up. The other point that I would make is that it uses averages. That means that 50% of the country does worse and 50% of the country does better. The point noting that the data in California or Oregon, I can't remember which state it was sufficiently higher than the data in Utah. There's also not appropriate context for the growing season or the weather in that particular location. So for example, 2015 in California, there were wildfires and droughts. Approximately 893,362 acres were burned in 2015. It was the fourth year of a severe drought. The effects of the severe drought are cumulative. They don't just damage production in 1 year, they build upon one another. So I think that that is sort of cherry picking data to attack our point. The point being that my takeaway from the arguments that the DWR presented was that they are not attacking the methodology of our model, but more so the inputs. Additionally, using averages includes the effects of droughts and other natural disasters while still accounting for them in the valuation. Hence the, we think significant discount in terms of bushels of fruit per tree to what could be expected from a standalone tree. There's no context, again, for the age of trees, how they produce it, spacing, et cetera, in that National Agricultural Statistics Survey. The points made on pricing, again, running the National Agricultural Statistics Survey has zero context. Again, I mentioned that we attempt to compete on pricing, on quality, not quantity. And having a higher quality product, you can theoretically charge a higher price. For those of you that have been in the Perry area, the historic fruit highway, I think it's pretty evident that the quality of fruit that you would get at a fruit stand there from one of the local growers is sufficiently superior to that of a store-bought fruit, what you would get in the grocery store. There's no context in that National Agricultural Statistics Survey data as to how those products were sold, how that fruit was sold. Was it all sold wholesale in large quantities where the hope was that you could make up the lost pricing by selling at higher volume? Our numbers are actual sales supported by actual sales receipts. They're demonstrated from an exchange of value. Somebody paid the prices that we charge for the fruit that we grow in partnership with Jordan. The minimum wage claim, that's not what we actually pay. The number was one of the critiques that the DWR had during one of our multiple rounds of back and forth was that we need to have verifiable input. Using the mandated federal wage for migrant workers is a verifiable input that was input into the model such that it could be relied upon and verified from a third party. The marketing cost fluctuation is also easily explainable. If you look here, in the highlighted section, yearly marketing fees include packaging at $6 per 23-pound box per half bushel. No farmer pays $6 for a half bushel box. They are generally around 70 cents based on the conversations that we've had and receipts that we can produce. So annual marketing.
And Andrew,
70 cents.
I'd just like to ask you to make your final arguments.
Sure. The final argument that I would make is changing the inputs on the model is supposed to change the value. If you're selling at a lower price point, then you're getting less value for the production. We are using verifiable inputs and verifiable pricing that we think is what we will be able to get from the production, and we think that we are appropriately accounting for the uncertainty of a operation that we have in both the yields and a point that I didn't make because it is very technical, the discount rate here. It reflects the uncertainty inherent in operating an agricultural enterprise. It's derived using a verifiable formula that's used widely across the world. If I were to Google it, it pulls up literally millions of hits, which I think is demonstrated that it is used wildly. And so the arguments that they make that this is speculative and we're not accounting for the risk inherent in the operations are false, in my opinion, and that we actually appropriately account for those.
So just in summary, what I would say is we've been totally transparent with the DWR. We've attempted to perform a reasonable valuation. We could have pushed it much higher by playing a bunch of games. We didn't. They've had our model. They've been able to play with it. We've tried to make it reasonable, discounting it. We could have gone with 3 to 4 bushels per acre or per tree and supported with the USU survey, but we didn't. We chose a number that was 0.71 bushels per tree. I think it's indicative of what we were trying to do. We could argue, each one of these things, and there's hundreds of inputs, but, I think both of us have reasonable basis, and that's really, you guys need to decide, the board needs to decide, what is reasonable, what is not. Thank you.
So I'll keep this brief to 3 main points. We can debate replacement cost and replacement value all day. Ultimately, what it came down to is what we saw he lost, his actual losses, against the idea that we may never know if those trees would ever produce fruit or how much fruit. Second, in regard to the court case, he's right. The court allowed the admittance of evidence regarding profits and as well testimony regarding contingencies of frost, blight, variations in market. What I would say to that is 2 things. Subsequent cases in this case emphasize that there needs to be flexibility to compensate fairly. It's not to say that a single model was right. The second point being that it is, in my opinion, and I would direct the board if they have technical questions about this model to either Heather Bernalis or to Professor Brett Geary, but I don't feel, from what I understand, that this model accurately captures those contingencies. And that takes me to Andrew's points about the yield values and the 0.72 bushels per tree. Even though you have the 0.72 bushels per tree, you're still using these numbers that are inflated from a different climate. I'm not sure I understand Andrew's point about the fires in Oregon. I understood, point well taken about cherry picking data, but I'm looking at this spreadsheet and I'm happy to share it. When you look through the last 13 years of information on yields per acre, the only state to drop below 2, what is the actual metric? Is it tons per acre in a yield? The only state to drop below 2 is Utah, and Utah only shows up twice. The remaining states are 3 and above, And that's the numbers that were being used in that time frame, are those numbers that are 3 and above representing California and Washington. My main point to take away from that is it's just not representative of the state and the local market that we live in. I guess I was wrong. It'd be 1/4 point. I understand that the bushel price is based on actual receipts. I would just like to have seen those. I suppose maybe I'm wrong that the spreadsheet is meant to be the receipt of itself. I would just like some verification on what those values are, understanding that there's a spectrum of fruit sales, wholesale versus retail, and quality of fruit. And just some verification on what those values were. Given that we've gotten to this point, I feel it necessary to say that that's something that I found unreliable. Thank you.
Mr. Maynard, just for the record, you referred to, is it a Utah Supreme Court decision? Could you give the full name and the citation for the record, please?
Yes, I can. So that is Brereton v. Dixon. And the citation is 20 Utah 2D 64 in 1967.
We thank on both sides for your presentations, and we will now close for deliberation. Okay, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. I'll ask her some questions.
I do have a couple that I guess these are directed to the Ecclesons a little bit. You had originally talked about some of the mitigating things that have been done, hunts, fences, some of those sorts of things. Could you talk a little more in detail? It didn't sound like much of that materialized, and what did was very ineffective. Were there anything else that was done?
We didn't do fences. Let's be very clear about that. What happened is with the DWR, we had multiple conversations about setting up a depredation remediation program. And they had folks who came by on night counts where we counted the deer so that we had understanding of how many deer were in there. And as part of that, there was hazing, where if a deer was there, we would discharge a firearm to attempt to get them to move off the property. I got to tell you, I went out multiple nights to count and to haze, and they weren't much troubled by the shotgun blast. I had to shoot 3 or 4 times and actually had to keep advancing on them. But so there was that. We have had multiple conversations about there are other activities that we were wanting to do to have stepped up depredation remediation that the department indicated was not going to be allowed. One of them would be taking deer at night. That would, since that's when they're there. But the department has come back and taken a position that no, you can't do that under the statutes as they currently exist. And then the balance of things is attempting to schedule depredation remediation hunts for earlier in the year over a broader area to try to keep the deer out of the orchards and keep them up on the wildlife management area. I don't know that I indicated this, but my property borders on the Brigham Face Wildlife Management Area. So I'm right at the intersection of agriculture and wildlife. And so it's been mainly working with DWR rather than undertaking things ourselves right now. And once the orchard gets established, after 3, 4, 5 years, I'll have less damage. Not completely without. I mean, there are orchards in the area where the deer decimate the foliage, and so your orchard never fully develops. And if they take out individual trees, you then have a haphazard spacing of your trees so that you're dealing with some mature trees, some old trees, and that just adds to the cost as your people go through and pick and have to move around and do different things on various pieces of property.
Sure.
But that's the remediation.
Two other quick questions. Have you received any payment from the division up to this point?
No.
None. Second, you had mentioned the 72-hour letter that you had written and received. Did you actually invoke that and have deer killed?
Yes, we did. And I did get out 15 landowner permits that I was given, and I made those available. It's Utah, so the way that I made it was through the elders quorum, but the local elders quorum in Perry actually took a number of these things, and there were people out there who I know were out, and there were no deer taken. There was one deer taken, not in my orchard, but in another orchard of the group of orchardists that we have, where there was one deer taken. But because they're not around during the day and they come in at night, it's been difficult
You bet. Sure.
to get that.
Thank you.
So you said your dad obviously bought the farm in 85. Did he have deer problems back then?
He did.
So, and you guys said that you knew that years 1 through 5 were vulnerable to deer. I mean, being in the business world, you know, if you knew that going in, don't you think you would have made some I don't know what the word you know, have some plans in place because you knew deer were going to, you know, cause problems, you know, 1 through 5. I guess, you know, why didn't you plan ahead for that? That would be just my question.
Yeah, we did plan ahead for that. And we knew that there was going to be losses. And this is not about getting me to the point where I have no losses from big game depredation in my property. I mean, as I say, I didn't go after any trees that weren't killed. And so, yes, I knew that there was going to be some, and that was a cost that I was willing to undertake, particularly when you price it also against what the cost of putting up fencing, you know, 10-foot high fencing over a 4,000-foot area on a mountainous area, you know, can get expensive. And so, you know, when you calculate that in there. What I did do was I've also worked with the canal company immediately above my property, and I actually have a license to be able to put a fence in. And that was when DWR started talking about fencing. I went out and said, great, let's do it. Because I can put the poles up to get that fencing that they give me. And then that's a cost that if the DWR participates with me, then I can put it up and together. That's not where I'm looking to them to fence my property, but it's that I'm willing to participate with them to put up a fence around my property. So the answer is, yes, we did anticipate it. Yes, we were willing to risk some of the losses. These particular losses were more. And to be honest with you, when I dealt with them and the numbers and the way they were valuing that surprised me. And I think that it's incorrect as to what the statute requires. And so part of this is a point to make that the statute actually requires value, not cost. And it's, in order to make this work, it's going to take a cooperation between the landowners and the DWR to figure out how it is we reach maximum efficiency. And I know that DWR's budget is limited, and you have an issue about having to go to the state legislature in order to get an appropriation. Landowners and the wildlife community need to go together to the legislature and attempt to make that number a higher number so as to adequately convey the costs. And that's part of what's going on. So to answer your question, yes, I did anticipate losses. These are greater losses. There's also this program that says even if I do have losses, that the state does reimburse me for it, does pay me the fair value of it. And then collectively, if we can make sure that we each understand what the relevant cost truly is and what the relevant value truly is, then we can collectively work to figure out how we make the depredation remediation program more efficient.
I'm going to ask the board to make any last final questions before we go into deliberation.
I suspect you looked at fencing. Do you have any idea what a 6-foot fence would cost to fence that 17 acres?
That whole distance, one of the quotes that I got, I mean, it was a kind of a back of the envelope quote, was north of 125,000.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. With that, we will close for deliberation. That will be in the classroom.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Salt Lake, this is Farmington. This is a confirmation check. The board is still deliberating. We are 1 hour, 29 minutes, 17 seconds since deliberation. We believe audio has been restored to YouTube. This is just a test.
Salt Lake copies the test.
Thank you. The board has met and we are ready to reconvene. I would open it up to the Wildlife Board for a motion.
I'll make a motion. We interpret the statute 23-16-4-3C little I to mean that property owners will be compensated for full replacement value of actual damage or loss by big game animals. In this particular case, we interpret that loss to be the actual cost paid of the trees damaged. we authorize the division to pay a total of $4,187.61 to petitioner. We believe the legislature intended for the damages to be limited to the actual loss. The "or will be damaged" phrase is affected by too many variables and impossible to be determined consistently. We interpret the statute discussing future loss to mean when the crop would have been taken to market in the year the damage occurred. We request the legislature to clarify this statute for its inconsistencies.
I'll second that.
Okay, we've got a motion and we've got a second. Any discussion on the motion? I will call for a vote. Bryce?
Yes.
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 Okay, motion passes unanimous. With that, we have any other business?
Chairman, I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make the motion that we have direct the division through the action log to look at issuing 2-point or smaller buck tags to youth hunters, that in that 4-year period between 14 and 18, they would have the potential to be guaranteed at least one hunt on that for a 2-point buck, that those tags would not take away from any of the other tags. They would be in addition to the tags, and just have the division look at what the impact that would have on licensing and herds and in the future with youth hunters.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, and I would add to it that I think that part of that looking into it would be a survey to be able to kind of see what the what the need is. So, okay, got a motion and a second. Call for a vote. Bryce?
Yes.
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 Motion passes unanimous. Any other business?
One item, Mr. Chair, I don't think this needs a motion, but would like to ask or direct the division or the director, perhaps Stacy, on our agendas for board meetings when we have, if there's not a specific requirement for time-sensitive agenda items like hearings, we just place them at the end just for ease of flow and logistics of a lot of it. If that's a possibility, I'd love to see that happen.
So you're asking them to look into that?
Please.
Okay. All right. With that, yes, I'm going to turn time over to director. Okay.
Am I right to use this one? Just one point of clarification. Earlier, there was a motion made about cougars and the take with collared animals. The division has looked at that and along with the recommendations that all of that would occur in July 2022. Was that the intent of the Wildlife Board, or were you hoping that that would have been more immediate?
Well, I did talk to the board. We did recognize that we did make the motion. You know, we already acted on that for the 2022 guidebook, so we do realize that that will go into effect for July.
Okay, thanks for that direction. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, with that, meeting adjourned.